Chapter 2472. Sioux Clan's First Ancestor. The four enormous beasts roared and actually split into four, transforming into the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. But their entire bodies were formed from violet light. The four sacred beasts split into four directions and blasted towards the black-clothed man in unison. The black-clothed man obviously never imagined that the four enormous beasts would split into four, and he was only able to block the attacks from three directions, whereas the one on his back was directly smashed heavily by the black tortoise's python tail, causing him to let out a muffled groan before directly smashing onto the ground. Moreover, the cooperation of the four sacred beasts was extremely tacit. At the instant the black-clothed man fell, they once again transformed into four violet lights, and terrifying attacks descended onto the black-clothed man successively. Subsequently, the black-clothed man practically suffered a beating passively. The attacks of the four sacred beasts were too terrifying, and if it wasn't for the black-clothed man comprehending a trace of ninth-level Dao insight, he would probably have been killed at this moment. But even then, the black-clothed man was still on the verge of collapse, and he seemed as if he would fall at any moment. Zhuowen glanced at him before silently sitting cross-legged on the ground, as he knew that the black-clothed man would die without a doubt in another 10 moves. Sure enough, a shrill cry resounded out as the black-clothed man was torn into pieces by the four sacred beasts. Subsequently, the black-clothed man revived once more at a corner of the violet-colored world, but the energy of the ninth-level Dao insight in his body had already been completely stripped away. Zhuowen shook his head. He knew that now that the black-clothed man had been killed, he would probably have no chance to leave this place in the future. The black-clothed man thought of this as well, and his gaze revealed a sense of loss and despair. But in next to no time his gaze once again emitted hope and unswerving determination, and he once again sat cross-legged on the ground and waited for the next round of slaughter. All of this was noticed by Zhuowen, and Zhuowen slightly admired this black-clothed man in his heart. If this black-clothed man was really the Sioux clan's first ancestor, then this person had been trapped here for countless years. But this person still wasn't crushed by this sort of long period of loneliness, and he was instead still filled with hope and unswerving determination. This person's willpower was something that even Zhuowen felt slightly inferior to. But it was all thanks to this person that Zhuowen found out about the true strength of the four divine beasts, and he knew that so long as he was able to smoothly comprehend a trace of ninth-level Dao insight, then he would be able to obtain victory. As for why the black-clothed man had failed, Zhuowen suspected that it had something to do with the black paste. It was likely that the black paste had caused severe interference to the black-clothed man's sea of consciousness during the battle, which was why he had failed. With Zhuowen's eyesight, he actually felt that the black-clothed man would win. Even if he couldn't win, it was impossible for him to be defeated so easily by the four sacred beasts. The ethereal voice sounded again. Zhuowen smiled and slowly stood up. This time, he was prepared to participate in this battle. His Dao insight had already reached the 8th level, and the number of divine soul galaxies in his sea of consciousness had reached a terrifying number of over 100 million. With the current strength of his spiritual sense, that black paste would be crushed by his spiritual sense in an instant and would not affect him at all. The reason Zhuowen was participating in the battle this time was naturally for the sake of charging into the 9th-level Dao insight. After all, the black-clothed man had charged into a trace of 9th-level Dao insight from nothing, whereas Zhuowen had relied on himself to comprehend 8th-level Dao insight, and his starting point was much higher than everyone here. So he was confident that if he obtained the final victory, then his Dao insight would transform to the terrifying 9th level. Kill! Numerous figures leaped into midair with killing intent that shot into the sky. The smile on the corners of Zhuowen's mouth grew wider and wider as he walked forward slowly, and his footsteps grew swifter and swifter as the battle intent in his gaze rose swiftly. Zhuowen let out a long howl as he leaped into midair, and then his hands clenched in the air to condense two violet-colored swords. He strode out step by step, and all the cultivators that blocked his path were completely annihilated by him. As he felt the Tao insight energy that rose swiftly within his body, Zhuowen felt extremely carefree in his heart, and his spiritual sense rose along with it. The surrounding cultivators were basically unable to withstand a single sword strike from Zhuowen. The black-clothed man noticed how terrifying Zhuowen was as well, and his brows knit together. Yet he didn't seek death by battling Zhuowen first, and he instead turned to battle the other cultivators. He was too familiar with the energy of Tao insight on Zhuowen's body, as this was an aura that only 8th-level Tao insights possessed. Wasn't he courting death by battling such a ferocious person now? Of course, the black-clothed man was extremely puzzled because this white-clothed young man was obviously an unfamiliar face. He'd fought here for so long, yet it was the first time he'd seen this white-clothed young man. Moreover, the battle had only just begun, yet this white-clothed young man already possessed the energy of 8th-level Tao insight, and this caused the black-clothed man to feel rather unbalanced in his heart. At the same time, he fought even more madly and practically disregarded his life. The two of them were like the black and white impermanents that reaped the lives of the surrounding cultivators, and they even greedily swallowed the energy of Tao insight within the bodies of the cultivators that were killed. When the last person was killed by Zhuowen with a swing of his sword, Zhuowen felt the Tao insight within his body had completely risen to the peak of the 8th-level Tao insight. Zhuowen stopped and looked at the black-clothed man before him. He knew that so long as he killed this black-clothed man, then he would be able to break through the barrier of the 8th-level Tao insight and enter the profundities of the 9th-level Tao insight. The black-clothed man had a serious gaze. He'd attained the 8th-level Tao insight as well, yet he wasn't at the peak of the 8th-level Tao insight like Zhuowen, and he'd only just entered the 8th-level Tao insight. After all, Zhuowen's starting point was too high. He'd attained the 8th-level Tao insight from the beginning, and his speed of slaughter was much swifter than the black-clothed man. Let's fight. Zhuowen held the violet sword with both hands as he looked indifferently at the black-clothed man before him. The black-clothed man didn't answer, yet he'd used his actions to answer Zhuowen. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them transformed into two violet lights, and misty violet mist converged in the sky above them to transform into a surging violet mist world. Bang! 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 Instantly, the two of them collided, and the dense sounds of metal colliding sounded out from within the violet mist. Two indistinct figures swiftly moved through the violet mist, and they collided with each other to create extremely terrifying sparks. Rumble! Suddenly, the violet mist roiled as a figure abruptly flew out, and then a violet sword flashed out from within the violet mist to pierce through this person's chest. After that, a formidable force brought along this person to fall to the ground and firmly nailed him to the ground. The black-clothed man raised his head with difficulty, and the corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a smile as he looked at the young man in fluttering white clothes slowly walking over from within the roiling violet mist. In countless years, you're the first person to defeat me. What's your name? The black-clothed man coughed up blood as he asked. I'm Zhuowen. Zhuowen said indifferently, You're not a descendant of the Su clan. The black-clothed man's eyes stared wide open as he spoke with disbelief. Who said that only members of the Su clan are able to comprehend the energy of Tao insight? Zhuowen replied with a question. The black-clothed man's gaze froze, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood as he said with a smile, That's true. Since you're able to defeat me, it means that you're not ordinary. Perhaps you'll be able to defeat the master of Tao insight, and at that time regain your freedom, the black-clothed man said with a blazing gaze. Not perhaps, but definitely. After Zhuowen finished speaking, he pulled out the violet sword from the black-clothed man's body. After that, the man let out a muffled groan and completely breathed his last, and the energy of Tao insight in his body was completely absorbed by Zhuowen. Of course, the black paste was extremely terrifying as it invaded Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. Chapter 2473. Violet Sun. The terrifying black-colored paste was like a black cloud that completely covered Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. Even if his soul was extremely formidable and terrifying, it was slightly strenuous for him to resist so much black-colored paste. Soul kill. Zhuowen's eyes abruptly opened, and he immediately executed the formidable divine sense art, soul kill. Within his sea of consciousness, his divine sense that was like tidewater transformed into numerous terrifying storms that ceaselessly annihilated the black-colored paste that was scattered throughout his sea of consciousness. After executing it successively a few times, the black-colored paste within Zhuowen's sea of consciousness was finally completely eliminated. After that, Zhuowen felt a wave of coolness throughout his body as the energy of the Tao insight within his body erupted like a volcano and ceaselessly increased and accumulated. Rumble. Countless violet lights flashed out explosively from Zhuowen's body, and the violet lights slowly condensed into material to transform into misty violet mist. After that, the violet mist started to spray out violet rain that became more and more intense, and it seemed to have become a downpour. As he bathed in the violent violet rain, Zhuowen knew that he'd once again come into contact with that trace of 9th level Tao insight. It's still not enough. Zhuowen's gaze focused as he suddenly swung the violet swords in his hands. Instantly, the violet mist in the sky roiled as the violent violet rain started to solidify and actually condense into extremely solid violet ice. At this moment, the black-clothed man that had been reborn raised his head to look at the violent violet ice that descended, and he couldn't help but gape. This kid has completely stepped into the threshold of 9th level Tao insight. The black-clothed man's gaze revealed respect, and at the same time there was a trace of hope. He wanted to see if this white-clothed young man that had stepped into the threshold of 9th level Tao insight was able to defeat those 4 enormous beasts. Get the fuck out here. Zhuowen raised his head to look at the violet-colored ball as he spoke indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, the violet-colored ball roiled violently, and then a roar resounded out as an enormous violet-colored enormous beast leaped out. But the violet-colored enormous beast revealed a trace of surprise at the instant it saw Zhuowen. Obviously, it wasn't the black-clothed man that challenged it this time, so it was slightly curious instead. But it quickly calmed down. Within this violet-colored barrier, no matter who challenged it, that person would become its meal in the end, so it didn't really care. Roar! The purple behemoth roared and waved its huge claws at Zhuowen. It seemed very casual. Apparently, the purple behemoth did not care much about Zhuowen. Zhuowen sneered in his heart. When he had summoned the purple beast, Zhuowen had already retracted the purple ice. Puchi! Zhuowen leaped up and dodged the giant purple beast's claw. The purple swords in his hands slashed at the beast's claw without hesitation, directly cutting off the huge beast's claw. Ow, ow, ow! The purple giant beast let out a blood-curdling scream as its eyes turned red. It roared angrily, its killing intent boiling. It had never thought that one day its claws would be chopped off by a mere human martial artist. This was simply a disgrace to it. It wanted to tear the human in front of it into pieces. However, just as the giant purple beast was enraged, the white-clothed young man had already stepped into the air. The purple swords in his hands merged together, and the purple swords instantly grew to a size of 10 feet. In an instant, they brushed past the giant purple beast. The giant purple beast did not even have time to react before it was cut in half by the huge purple sword. Zhuowen landed on the ground. Before he could turn around, a sense of danger rose in his heart. The purple sword in his hand suddenly blasted behind him. Bang, 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 for continuous attacks smashed onto Zhuowen's purple sword. Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and could not help but retreat. Only then did he realize that the giant purple beast that he had cut in half had turned into the 4 sacred beasts. Just now, it was the 4 sacred beasts that had attacked him 4 times. Zhuowen heaved a sigh of relief. The moment he killed the giant purple beast, he was already on guard against the 4 sacred beasts. That was why he could react in an instant and block the terrifying attacks of the 4 sacred beasts. Speaking of which, Zhuowen still had to thank the black-clothed man. If the black-clothed man had not forced the giant purple beast to reveal its trump card, Zhuowen would not have been able to deal with the giant purple beast's attack. Boom! 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 The moment Zhuowen blocked the attack, the 4 sacred beasts spread out in 4 directions of Zhuowen as if they had teleported and began to attack crazily. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. The purple sword in his hands suddenly swung out. Instantly, countless purple mist spread out and formed 4 purple ice walls around him, blocking the attack of the 4 sacred beasts. Although the purple ice walls had been completely destroyed by the 4 sacred beasts' attack, it had bought enough time for Zhuowen. The moment the purple ice walls shattered, Zhuowen suddenly rushed towards the purple vermilion bird and the purple white tiger. The purple sword in his hands mercilessly pierced into the space between the 2 sacred beasts' eyebrows. Pucci! The moment the sword pierced into the space between the vermilion bird and the white tiger's eyebrows, the azure dragon and the black tortoise's attacks mercilessly bombarded Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen knew that if he wanted to instantly kill the white tiger and the vermilion bird, he would have to withstand the attacks of the azure dragon and the black tortoise. Pucci! Zhuowen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards in a sorry state and heavily smashed into the purple fence at the edge of the barrier. And because of this, Zhuowen killed the vermilion bird and the white tiger. The azure dragon and the black tortoise were unable to restrain their anger. With a roar, they turned into 2 purple lights and chased after Zhuowen. Zhuowen stood up and instantly slashed out with the purple sword in his hand. Instantly, the boundless purple intent turned into a terrifying ocean. This ocean was completely purple. Within this purple ocean, time and space seemed to have frozen. At the end of the violet sea, a violet sun slowly rose, and a strand of the energy of space Tao insight that was combined with space Tao insight gushed out violently from the violet sun. The violent energy was like a flood that had breached a dam, and it was too terrifying. The moment the azure dragon and the black tortoise entered the purple ocean, their bodies stiffened. It would be difficult for them to move an inch in this purple ocean. The azure dragon and the black tortoise constantly cried out. In this purple ocean, they felt the threat of death and fear. The terrifying purple waves slammed against the 2 huge beasts, causing them to totter as if they would fall at any moment. Zhuowen looked at all of this with a confused gaze. Earlier, when he saw the white tiger and the azure dragon pounce at him at the same time, he subconsciously used the time and space ability, Sun over the Sea. But the moment he used it, it was as if he was still in the state of Tao intent. He had actually merged the power of Tao intent into the time and space ability by accident. But to Zhuowen's pleasant surprise, the might of the space-time divine ability that was fused with Tao insights had actually increased by too much, and its might caused even him, the one that executed it, to feel deep terror. The instant the purple sun completely rose to its highest point, the purple ocean completely boiled and exploded. Countless waves rushed into the sky. The terrifying energy seemed to be able to destroy the world. Bang! 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 Continuous sounds of explosions came from the purple ocean. The azure dragon and the black tortoise, who were in the purple ocean, cried out in grief and completely disappeared in the purple ocean. Under this terrifying ability, countless cracks and marks appeared on the tough and terrifying purple barrier around them. In the end, it completely exploded. Chapter 2474. Tyrannical Tao Slaughtering Technique. Zhuowen, thank you. Thank you for freeing us. I think you must be very confused about all of this. Take this Everything you want to know about the door of profundity is inside. Suddenly, a weak voice sounded. Not far away, the black-clothed man struggled to stand up and tossed a thumb-sized purple crystal to Zhuowen. At this moment, the black-clothed man's entire body was suffused with purple light. This purple light was constantly disintegrating the black-clothed man's body. It was obvious that the black-clothed man couldn't hold on for much longer. You should be the Su clan's ancestor, right? Zhuowen put away the purple crystal and asked calmly. The black-clothed man nodded and said, Yes, I am indeed the Su clan's ancestor. I originally thought that I could revive the Su clan, but I didn't expect that I would implicate the great Su clan. I am the Su clan's eternal sinner. This purple crystal contains the Su clan's lost cultivation technique. I hope that Zhuo Xiaoyu can finish learning it and help me hand it to the Su clan. If the Su clan has already perished, Zhuo Xiaoyu can take it yourself. After he finished speaking, the black-clothed man's eyes revealed a look of relief. Shortly after, his entire body dissipated into specks of purple light. Wait a moment. When Zhuowen still planned to ask how to leave this place, the black-clothed man had already completely dissipated into nothingness. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He looked at the surrounding purple mist and was somewhat troubled. Although he had escaped from the purple cage, he didn't know how to leave this place. Let's see what's inside this purple crystal first. Zhuowen sighed lightly. He planned to open the purple crystal and take a look. He knew that since the black-clothed man gave this purple crystal to him, there must be something important inside. As for the Su family's lost cultivation technique, Zhuowen did not take it to heart. The Su family was so weak, so how strong could the cultivation technique passed down in this family be? He mainly wanted to see the purple jade obtained by the Su clan's ancestor and the origin of this mysterious door of profundity. When he was comprehending Tao insight all those years ago, he'd once seen the door of profundity, and even the Grand Pure One was extremely fearful and fervent towards it. However, the door of profundity that appeared at that time was merely an illusory door, while the one Zhuowen was currently in was a real door of profundity. This purple crystal was a storage divine tool, and the space inside was even larger than Zhuowen's spirit ring. The space within the purple crystal was indeed large, but there were very few things inside. Aside from a few jade slips, there were some scattered divine medicines, divine weapons, divine stones, and so on. Furthermore, Zhuowen discovered that the divine herbs, divine weapons, and divine stones had all lost their divinity, and the luster on their surface had dimmed. He knew that this was because these things had been here for too long. It could be seen that the black-robed man had been trapped here for who knew how many years. Even the divine medicine and divine weapons had completely lost their divine nature. Zhuowen knew that the only useful things in the purple crystal were those few jade slips. There were a total of 4 jade slips, and Zhuowen took them all out and looked through them one by one. The first 2 were diary-like things, and they recorded everything the black-robed man had seen and heard while he was still alive. Zhuowen directly skipped these 2 jade slips and started to look through the 3rd jade slip. It's actually a divine ability, and it's even a Tao confirmation divine ability. The instant Zhuowen picked up the 3rd jade slip, he was completely stunned, because when he just looked at the introduction of this jade slip, he discovered that this jade slip actually recorded a Tao confirmation divine ability. Zhuowen felt that it was slightly inconceivable. How could a mere Su clan possess a Tao confirmation divine ability? This wouldn't be the Su clan's inherited cultivation technique, right? Zhuowen swallowed his saliva and muttered to himself with a slight tremble. However, after looking through it once, Zhuowen was slightly disappointed because this Tao confirmation divine ability was incomplete, and it was extremely incomplete. This divine ability was called the tyrannical Tao slaughtering technique. According to the introduction, this technique could kill the heavenly Tao master once it was refined to the large success stage. Zhuowen didn't know what kind of existence the heavenly Tao master was, but he knew that the heavenly Tao master should be a realm among Tao confirmation experts. Judging from this introduction, this tyrannical Tao slaughtering technique was extremely powerful, especially when it was refined to the large success stage. It could actually kill the so-called heavenly Tao master. Unfortunately, this tyrannical Tao slaughtering technique was extremely incomplete. This technique had a total of 3 moves, but there was only 1 move in it. Originally, Zhuowen thought that this tyrannical Tao slaughtering technique was a Tao confirmation divine ability after all, so there should be a cultivation limit to cultivating this divine ability. However, after looking through it several times, he found that there were no restrictions in it. Thinking of this, Zhuowen's eyes lit up. If there were no restrictions on cultivation, it meant that he could comprehend and cultivate it now. Zhuowen put away the tyrannical Tao slaughtering technique. He didn't plan to comprehend it now. Now he planned to find the exit first. Thinking of this, Zhuowen picked up the last jade slip and began to read the contents inside. He knew that this jade slip should record the origins of the purple jade and the door of profundity, as well as why the Su family's geniuses of the past were trapped in the door of profundity. After reading it, Zhuowen put down the jade slip, his eyes filled with shock. The door of profundity is a passage to another, larger world. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, but his gaze became extremely serious. The contents of the jade slip were completely recorded by the black-clothed man. The black-clothed man accidentally found the core of this abandoned star and found the door of profundity. He also obtained the mysterious purple jade from the door of profundity. Relying on the purple jade, the black-clothed man quickly comprehended Tao intent. With the help of Tao intent, his cultivation speed was even faster than before. Soon, he became a famous expert in the 6 Desires heavenly domain and attracted the attention of experts in the 6 Desires palace. However, when the black-clothed man's Tao intent rose to the 8th level, he would be summoned by the door of profundity. At that time, the black-clothed man left the purple jade in the Su family as a keepsake for the patriarch. However, he didn't expect that it would never return. The purple jade was passed down generation after generation. Because of the purple jade, the Su family could produce powerful geniuses in every generation. However, every generation's geniuses would mysteriously disappear. The black-clothed man was the first person to enter the door of profundity. In the beginning, the door of profundity didn't have a Tao intent barrier. The black-clothed man walked aimlessly in the door of profundity for nearly 1,000 years. At the edge of the door of profundity, he saw a transparent barrier. This barrier was extremely strange. He could see the other side of the barrier, but the living beings on the other side couldn't see him. The black-clothed man stayed on this side of the barrier for hundreds of years. During these hundreds of years, he had been observing the other side of the barrier. He was surprised to find that the other side of the barrier wasn't the 6 Desires heavenly domain. It wasn't even a place in any of the 8 heavenly domains. Chapter 2475. Barrier. Moreover, he also saw countless powerhouses in that world. The 2 extremes of life and death, which were extremely rare in the 6 Desires Palace, were simply too common in that world. The black-robed man even saw many powerhouses that even he couldn't see through. The aura of these powerhouses was far stronger than the 2 extremes of life and death. He knew that these powerhouses were definitely the legendary Tao confirming powerhouses. It was precisely because he saw so many terrifying powerhouses that the black-robed man guessed that the other side of the door of profundity should be another terrifying world. Until one day, a strange purple light rushed out from the other side of the door of profundity. This purple light ignored the barrier of the door of profundity and actually directly passed through the barrier to enter the door of profundity. Soon after, this purple light transformed into 4 giant beasts, which were the masters of Tao that the black-clothed man spoke of. The next thing that happened was that the masters of Tao intent set up a barrier in the door of profundity and began to raise the cultivators who entered the door of profundity from the outside world, allowing these cultivators to provide nutrients for their Tao intent for free. The other world that the door of profundity leads to. Could it be the ninth heaven that Palace Master Jing Yin mentioned? Zhuo muttered to himself, but in his heart he was 90% sure that the powerful world should be the ninth heaven. What's strange about Zhuo is that the 4 giant beasts aren't creatures from the 8 heavens, but from the ninth heaven. When Zhuo saw the 4 giant beasts and the purple jade before, he thought that the door of profundity was related to Tai Ching, but now it seems that it doesn't have much to do with Tai Ching. The power of this Tao intent probably came from the ninth heaven. It's just that Zhuo was puzzled. Tai Ching was just the master of a small heaven among the 8 heavens, so why did he have the power of Tao intent? Moreover, with Tai Ching's comprehension and strength, Zhuo knew that the former must have comprehended the 9th level Tao intent, and the realm of the Tao intent he grasped was definitely above his own. Thinking of this, Zhuo felt that Tai Ching was becoming more and more mysterious. After putting away the jade slip, Zhuo followed the direction indicated on the jade slip and walked forward. And it wasn't long before he arrived at the edge of the door of profundity. At the edge of the door of profundity, there was indeed a barrier. The surface of the barrier rippled like a wall of water, and he could clearly see the scenery on the other side of the barrier. Outside the barrier was a vast starry sky, and in the center of this vast starry sky, there was a huge floating continent that was much larger than the 8 heavens. This continent was surrounded by countless suns, moons, and stars. Inside the continent, there are countless life forms and vast amounts of rich energy. Looking at the huge and boundless continent, Zhuo's eyes lit up. He knew that the starry sky in front of him should be the 9th heaven. I wonder if I can enter the 9th heaven through this barrier. Zhuo muttered to himself. He stretched out his right hand and touched the barrier. He was surprised to find that ripples appeared on the surface of the barrier, but it did not resist him. Soon, Zhuo's right hand reached out of the barrier. Zhuo retracted his right hand, and his eyes became cold. He didn't plan to go to the 9th heaven for now, not to mention that he still has many things to do in the 8 heavens. With his current strength, going to the 9th heaven is just asking for trouble. From the jade slip given to him by the man in black, he knew that the 2 extremes of life and death are extremely common in the 9th heaven. It can be seen that the overall strength of the 9th heaven is far beyond that of the 8 heavens. Moreover, there are still some secrets in the 8 heavens that he doesn't know. Also, he has to fulfill the promise of the mysterious head, so it's not appropriate to leave the 8 heavens now. Zhuo's eyes flickered and he sighed softly. When the time is right, I will come here again, and then enter the 9th heaven through this door of profundity. Zhuo has a feeling that this door of profundity has a barrier that leads to the 9th heaven. This is definitely a major news that will cause a sensation in the 8 heavens, although he doesn't know if there are other ways for the cultivators of the 8 heavens to go to the 9th heaven. He knows that in the past, only Tao-confirming powerhouses can leave the 8 heavens. It can be seen that the price for the 8 heavens to go to the 9th heaven is extremely high, but he has the door of profundity that allows him to go to the 9th heaven without paying any price. If this is known by the masters of the 8 heavens, it will probably cause them to take action together. After looking at the barrier again, Zhuo left this place and left the door of profundity along the original path. Standing in front of the door of profundity, Zhuo found that only 3 days have passed in the outside world, but he felt like more than 10 years have passed in the door of profundity. Zhuo arranged a concealment array outside the door of profundity, and at the same time, a terrifying chain of killing arrays and illusion arrays. At the same time, he strengthened the outer defense of the star core a lot before leaving this place with peace of mind. This star itself has reached the end of its life, so it is generally difficult to attract the attention of other cultivators. In addition, Zhuo arranged a concealment array, so even if Palace Master Wu Ju comes in person, he won't be able to find the door of profundity here. In addition, Zhuo also arranged a temporary teleportation array nearby. The next time he wants to come here, he can activate the teleportation array and directly teleport here. It won't be so troublesome. After doing this, Zhuowen left this place. He plans to return to Heavenly Spirit Star and hand the tyrannical Dao slaughtering technique to the Su family. After all, this is the only thing that the black-clothed man left for the Su family. Of course, before handing it to the Su family, Zhuowen has already memorized the contents of the first move of the tyrannical Dao slaughtering technique. On the way to Heavenly Spirit Star, Zhuowen also silently comprehended this powerful divine ability. In addition, Zhuowen is also modifying his space-time divine ability. He plans to combine the space-time divine ability with Dao intent, so that the power of the purple sun displayed will be much stronger than the broken sun. Moreover, Zhuowen has always been worried that there will be problems with the Dao intent he learned from the Taiching sect. However, ever since he entered the door of profundity, Zhuowen can feel that the Dao intent on his body has completely transformed. The faintly discernible obstruction in the past has completely disappeared. Zhuowen knows that the obstruction should come from the Taiching sect. However, after experiencing the baptism of the door of profundity, he finally completely got rid of the hidden danger that the Taiching sect caused in his Dao intent. My strength is still too weak. If my strength can reach the life enlightenment realm, I'm afraid I can use the door of profundity for my own use. Zhuowen secretly shook his head, but soon became a little distressed. His purpose of coming to the Su family's forbidden area is to leave the Six Desires heavenly realm. Now, there is indeed a place to leave the Six Desires heavenly realm, but it is a boundary that leads to the ninth heaven. It seems that I can only let my clone pass through the 19th wind disaster as soon as possible. With the help of Great Brahma's trick on my clone, I can be directly teleported to the Tower of Hanoi. Chapter 2476. Massacring Finger. As he had found out the truth about Su family's forbidden land, Zhuowen wasn't in a hurry to rush back. He took his time and comprehended tyrannical art of massacring Finger as he flew. Tyrannical art of massacring Finger was indeed exquisite. From Zhuowen's point of view, the power of tyrannical art of massacring Finger was above his space-time magic. Even if his space-time magic and Dao meaning were combined to create the purple sun on the sea, it wouldn't be comparable to the first move of tyrannical art of massacring Finger. The first move of tyrannical art of massacring Finger was called Massacring Finger. From the introduction, it seemed that Massacring Finger used one's finger as a medium to trigger the descent of Heavenway and transform into a terrifying Finger of Heavenway. Plus, the Finger of Heavenway had a form and was extremely powerful, enough to kill the master of Heavenway. Of course, it varied from person to person. Killing the master of Heavenway was naturally the realm of the master of Heavenway. If Zhuowen were to learn tyrannical art of massacring Finger with his current cultivation, wouldn't he be courting death if he were to perform massacring Finger to attack the master of Heavenway? While comprehending, Zhuowen also tried to perform tyrannical art of massacring Finger. However, in the end, Zhuowen couldn't withstand the terrifying power of Heavenway. Hence, he didn't perform it successfully in the end. Of course, if Zhuowen were to perform tyrannical art of massacring Finger with all his might, he would be able to succeed. However, the price he would have to pay would be terrifying. It could be said that if it wasn't because he had no other choice, Zhuowen really didn't intend to perform the move. Of course, in Zhuowen's estimation, if his doppelganger could become real God triple extreme, he could completely ignore the backlash of tyrannical art of massacring Finger. With real God triple extreme strong physique, he could withstand the backlash of Heavenway. Besides, when his original body's cultivation reached the extremities of life and death, he could forcefully perform tyrannical art of massacring Finger. Half a month later, Zhuowen returned to Tianling Star. When he returned to Suzhou City, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Suzhou City was terrifyingly quiet, and there was no sign of life. Zhuowen's gaze hardened. His will radiated outwards, and he discovered that there was no one in Suzhou. It was as if everyone had evaporated into thin air. What's going on? Where's the Sioux family? Zhuowen had an ominous feeling in his heart. His divine sense radiated out again and instantly covered the entire Heavenly Spirit planet. Then he realized that Heavenly Spirit planet was empty. There were no other living creatures. Zhuowen's consciousness entered the depths of the Heavenly Spirit planet. Immediately, he discovered a huge blood fiend array within the planet's core. This blood fiend array was much bigger than the one set up by the heretic cultivator. Its influence was enough to cover the entire Heavenly Spirit planet. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He thought of a bad possibility. The blood fiend array hidden deep in the planet's core might have refined the entire Heavenly Spirit planet. You actually came back. I thought you ran away with your tail between your legs. In the sky above Heavenly Spirit planet, two figures appeared. One of them was a middle-aged man wearing blood-red clothes. Zhuowen was extremely unfamiliar with this person. He had never seen him before. However, beside the man in blood-red clothes was a young woman with a voluptuous figure. Zhuowen was not unfamiliar with her. This young woman was the palace master of Xiong Desire Palace, Xionglan. Where are the people on Heavenly Spirit planet? Zhuowen asked with a gloomy face. They're all dead. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have died. That's why the people on Heavenly Spirit planet died, because of you. Xionglan indifferently looked down at Zhuowen. Zhuowen slowly calmed down. However, the murderous intent in his eyes was like a volcano erupting. It surged out violently. To the people on Heavenly Spirit planet, he was just a passerby. There was no one there that was worthy of his nostalgia. However, Su was the first person he had met from Heavenly Spirit planet. Thinking about how an innocent girl like Su had been cruelly killed, the anger in Zhuowen's heart was like a flood. Die. Zhuowen let out a low roar. His right foot suddenly stomped on the void, and his entire body shot out, rushing towards the man in blood-red clothes and Xionglan. The man in blood-red clothes took a few steps back, looked at Xionglan beside him, and said with a flattering smile, "Palace Master Xionglan, I'll leave this boy to you." The man in blood-red clothes had seen the video of the battle between Zhuowen and Quan Li. He was extremely wary of the space-time divine ability that this boy possessed. He was very self-aware. He knew that with his strength, he really couldn't resist the space-time divine ability that Zhuowen used. Therefore, he wisely didn't intend to intervene. Xionglan snorted lightly. She didn't care much about Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's previous performance in 6 Desires Palace was extraordinary, he was only an 8 steps void heaven expert after all. In her eyes, an 8 steps void heaven expert was no different from an ant. She was a dignified life enlightenment expert. She could completely crush this boy. Longwen, don't worry. I won't kill you. Instead, I'll capture you alive and bring you to Palace Master Wuju. You're just an ant with an 8 steps void heaven expert. How dare you touch 6 Desires Palaces desireless? As Xionglan spoke, she formed a seal with her jade-like hands. Immediately, countless ice crystals condensed in front of her, condensing into a huge ice pagoda. The tip of the ice pagoda was extremely sharp, and it emitted a brilliance that was difficult to look at. Whoosh! Xionglan waved her hand, and the ice pagoda quickly shot out, rushing straight towards Zhuowen. After doing this, Xionglan crossed her arms in front of her chest and coldly looked at Zhuowen, who was rushing in front of her. In her opinion, this Zhuowen couldn't block her ice pagoda at all. Although this ice pagoda was just a casual attack, she had used a powerful, profound life, divine power. It wasn't something that a cultivator below the life enlightenment realm could casually resist. The corner of Zhuowen's mouth was full of a sneer. This Xionglan was really too arrogant. She actually looked down on him. This wasn't the first time he faced a life enlightenment realm expert. Before he advanced to the 8 steps void heaven, he had killed Lu Haoyan who was at the life enlightenment realm, in the divine pill secret realm. Although Lu Haotian wasn't killed by Zhuowen, at that time, Lu Haotian couldn't kill Zhuowen even if he attacked with his full strength. But now, Zhuowen was no longer the same as before. Not only had his cultivation advanced to the 8 steps void heaven, but he had also comprehended the 9th level Tao intent in the door of profundity. He had also learned the tyrannical Tao slaughtering technique, not to mention Xianglan's casual attack. Even if she attacked with her full strength, it wouldn't be much of a threat to Zhuowen. Zhuowen was in midair. He took out the king's sword in his hand and fiercely attacked. The deathly aura attached to the surface of the king sword condensed into a terrifying sword light, which violently swept out. Rumble. The huge ice pagoda was directly shattered by the deathly aura sword light. Zhuowen stepped on countless ice shards and quickly rushed in front of Xianglan. The king's sword in his hand directly pierced toward Xianglan's heart. Xianglan's beautiful eyes shrank. She looked at Zhuowen, who had already rushed in front of her in disbelief. She didn't expect that a mere 8 steps void heaven ant would be able to break her attack so easily. Pucci. Xianglan only had time to avoid her vital points, and her chest was pierced by the king's sword. Chapter 24:77. Killing a life comprehension realm expert, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan and could not help but retreat a few hundred steps. On the other hand, Xianglan spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few thousand steps. She covered her wound and looked at Zhuowen in shock. She had never thought that a mere 8 steps void sky cultivator would be able to injure a life comprehension realm expert like her. The man in blood-red clothes, who had already dodged in advance, looked at this scene as if he had seen a ghost. He was even more shocked than Xianglan. He had seen the video of the battle between Zhuowen and Kuang Li too many times. He knew how strong this kid was. He might be stronger than a 9 steps void sky cultivator, but there was a huge gap between him and a life comprehension realm expert. But now, this kid had not even used his space-time divine ability, and he was actually able to injure a life comprehension realm expert like Xianglan. This really shocked the man in blood-red clothes. How is this kid an 8 steps void sky cultivator? He's simply a life comprehension realm expert. Damn it, I have to leave this place quickly. After discovering Wen's strength, the crimson-robed man immediately had the intention to retreat. Soon after, he slowly retreated. He planned to take advantage of the time when Zhuo Wen and Xianglan were still fighting to leave this place. However, he soon realized that a large hand had suddenly appeared behind him and grabbed his neck. The man in blood-red clothes wanted to struggle, but he was shocked to find that he was like a doll in this large hand. It was impossible to resist. You, doppelganger? The man in blood-red clothes looked at the black-clothed Zhuowen in front of him and then looked at the white-clothed Zhuowen not far away. He immediately guessed that this black-clothed Zhuowen should be the doppelganger of Zhuowen's main body. Xianglan also noticed the situation here. However, she could not even deal with Zhuowen's main body now, so how could she care about the man in blood-red clothes? Where are the people from Suzhou City? Are all the people from Heavenly Spirit Star dead? No one escaped? The black-clothed Zhuowen asked coldly. The man in the blood-red robe revealed a look of fear. He trembled as he said, "No, I didn't escape. However, I didn't do it. It was the 6 Desires Palace who ordered me to do it. I was only following orders." Murderous intent surged in Zhuowen's eyes. He was not in the mood to continue listening to the man in crimson clothes. A black, devouring vortex appeared in his right palm, and the man in crimson clothes was completely devoured by the vortex. Then the black-clothed man stood behind Xianglan to prevent her from escaping. Xianglan's beautiful eyes turned serious. She looked at Zhuowen and said, "Longwen, I underestimated you. How about this? If you let me go, I won't pursue the matter of you offending me." Zhuowen sneered. "Palace Master Xianglan, why should I let you go? Even if I let you go, will your 6 Desire Palace let me go? Xianglan's beautiful eyes sank, and she said, Longwen, there's no enmity between you and 6 Desires Palace, so there's no need for you to go against 6 Desires Palace. So long as you let me go and hand Desireless over, then I'll definitely plead for mercy for you before Palace Master Wujua. Xianglan's words were quickly cut off by Zhuowen. Palace Master Xianglan, do you know why I want to take Desireless away? Zhuowen said with a gloomy gaze. Xianglan was taken aback. Actually, she was also confused about why Zhuowen wanted to take Desireless away. In her opinion, Zhuowen did not have any motive to take Desireless away. After all, Desireless was useless to other people, but he was extremely important to 6 Desire Palace. Taking Desireless away was naturally standing against 6 Desire Palace. Xianglan was also very confused. Longwen was only a loose cultivator. So why did he want to take Desireless away for no reason? That's because Desireless is the most important person to me. Back then, when your people from the 6 Desires Palace took Desireless away, you all vowed to me that you would guarantee Desireless safety and provide him with a very good cultivation environment. But now I can only see that Desireless was forced by your Palace Master Wujua to cultivate the Desireless cultivation technique, and in the end he became such a Desireless. Tell me, why should I take Desireless away? Zhuowen's gaze was surging with killing intent as he coldly said each word. Xianglan's beautiful face turned pale. Soon after, she calmly said, It's your friend's honor to be able to become a Desireless. You should know that becoming a Desireless means that reaching the Tao realm won't be very difficult for her. In fact, it might even become very easy. This is your friend's fortune. Zhuowen was too lazy to pay attention to Xianglan's nonsense. He did not believe that Palace Master Wujua would be so kind as to allow Moyan Wushang to cultivate the Desireless cultivation technique. There was definitely a secret behind it. Moreover, from Xianglan's words, he could tell that Moyan Wushang did not do it willingly. Thinking of this possibility, the anger in Zhuowen's heart grew even more. Moyan Wushang had paid too much for him. In the past, his strength was too low, so he was unable to compensate Moyan Wushang. Originally, he thought that Moyan Wushang joining 6 Desire Palace was a great fortune, but he never expected that 6 Desire Palace would become her grave. Dai. Zhuowen no longer wanted to listen to Xianglan's explanation. He was ready to teach 6 Desire Palace a lesson. Today, Xianglan must die here. Xianglan's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent as she coldly said, You still want to go against 6 Desire Palace? Then don't blame me for being impolite. As she spoke, Xianglan flipped her lily-white hand, and a sparkling and translucent hexahedral ice crystal appeared in her palm. Xianglan waved her lily-white hand and threw out the ice crystal. In an instant, the ice crystal turned into countless ice arrows. These ice arrows were not ordinary ice arrows, but ice arrows that contained a trace of the Heavenly Way's law. Its power was extremely terrifying. Zhuowen coldly snorted. His left hand grasped the void, and a strange purple intent appeared in his palm. The purple intent burst out and turned into rolling purple mist. In this rolling purple mist, dense purple crystals scattered. Bang! 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 The moment the ice arrows came into contact with the purple crystals, they all shattered. Then, countless purple crystals condensed into a terrifying purple spear that pierced through the air and charged toward Xianglan. Xianglan's pupils contracted. Her lily-white hand suddenly pressed forward. Countless ice crystals condensed and turned into an extremely thick ice wall, blocking in front of her. Unfortunately, the ice wall only lasted for a moment before it was penetrated by the terrifying purple spear. Uft! Xianglan only felt a pain in her chest. She stared blankly at the purple spear in her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of power is this? It's not the mysterious life divine energy at all. Xianglan said intermittently. Soon after, her entire body turned into a purple crystal. With a cracking sound, it shattered into countless powder. At this moment, the everlasting ice lotus was floating above Zhouwen's head. At this moment, the everlasting ice lotus was filled with purple intent. Zhouwen knew that the reason why he could kill Xianglan so easily was because of the Tao Will. He relied on the powerful amplification of the Tao Will and used it in the everlasting ice lotus, causing the mysterious life divine energy in the everlasting ice lotus to increase by 9 times in an instant. 9 times the mysterious life divine energy of the life enlightenment state could fight against an expert of the death enlightenment state. How could Xianglan resist it? After killing Xianglan, Zhouwen took out the space-time wheel. He sighed and looked at the heavenly spirit star, which had become a completely abandoned planet, and left this place. He had to leave the 6 Desires heavenly realm now. Although he knew that the border of the 6 Desires heavenly realm might be heavily guarded by the 6 Desires palace, he still wanted to try. Chapter 2478. Steel continent at the border of the 6 Desires heavenly domain was a huge black hole. A huge steel continent floated in front of the black hole. This continent should have been artificially created. Around the continent, there was a series of brilliant restriction formations. Moreover, it was precisely because of these restrictions that the steel continent was able to resist the terrifying suction force of the black hole. When Zhouwen changed his appearance and arrived at the periphery of the border, his face turned ugly. That black hole should be the exit of the border, and the only safe entrance to the black hole should be inside the steel continent. However, there were too many guards inside the steel continent. Zhouwen also found several ancient teleportation arrays inside. In addition, the surface of the steel continent was covered with level 8 arrays. Even if a level 9 array master came, it would take a lot of time to break the restrictions on the surface of the steel continent, let alone Zhouwen. Zhouwen was sure that as long as he entered the steel continent, he would be walking into a trap. Once he was discovered, he would not be able to escape. Moreover, Palace Master Wujue would definitely use the ancient teleportation array to teleport to the steel continent to deal with Zhouwen. Zhouwen sighed when he thought up to this point. He knew that it was impossible to leave the border without alerting the enemy. However, this was the only exit of the 6 Desires heavenly domain. Zhouwen was not willing to give up. After thinking for a long time, Zhouwen finally decided to go in and give it a try. He believed that with the concealment of all life formless, ordinary cultivators would not be able to see his true appearance. At this moment, another group of people entered the steel continent from the outside world. Obviously, they were planning to go to other heavenly domains. These people had varying cultivation levels, but the weakest was at least at the void sky realm. Zhouwen mixed in with this group of people. His appearance and aura had already changed under the effect of all life formless, turning him into an ordinary middle-aged man. His cultivation level was about the 3rd level of the void sky realm. Ancient Orchid Star River, within the flowing sand family, Kuang Li stood respectfully to the side. A dignified-looking Taoist priestess sat at the head of the hall. This Taoist priestess was naturally Wu Jue of 6 Desires Palace. In a few seats around Wu Ju, the other 4 palace masters, except for Xianglan, were sitting. The hall was terrifyingly silent. Kuang Li did not dare to say a single word, but he was secretly sweating in his heart. He didn't expect all 6 palace masters of the 6 Desires Palace to come to his Gulen galaxy. Speaking of which, all 6 palace masters were here for Zhouwen. After coming out of seclusion, Kuang Li already knew that Longwen, who was wanted by 6 Desires Palace, was Zhouwen who had almost killed him. He was secretly shocked. Zhouwen had only left the Gulen family for a short while, but he had already offended the 6 Desires Palace, which was a colossus, and even caused the 6 palace masters to take action. What exactly did this brat do to anger the heavens and the people? Suddenly, Wu Jue, who was sitting at the head of the table, stood up abruptly. Her beautiful face revealed a shocked expression. "Palace Master Wujue, what's wrong?" Palace Master Jingyun asked. At this moment, Palace Master Jingyun's heart was somewhat tangled. Her relationship with Zhuowen was the best. Back then, Zhuowen had saved her twice in the Divine Pill secret realm. Now that Zhuowen had snatched Desireless and confronted Palace Master Wujue, how should she face Zhuowen? Xianglan has fallen. After Palace Master Wu Ju finished speaking with a murderous aura, she stepped into the void and a ripple appeared. Then she disappeared from where she stood. What? Xianglan has fallen? How is that possible? Let's go and take a look. The other palace masters were shocked and left the hall one after another. Only Palace Master Jing Yun remained. Palace Master Jing Yun frowned and muttered in a low voice. Could Xianglan's fall be related to Zhuowen? This won't do. I have to go and take a look. I really didn't expect things to develop to this extent. After Palace Master Jing Yun left, Quan Li sat on the ground. He secretly wiped his cold sweat and muttered in his heart. I didn't expect the Palace Master of the Six Desires Palace, Xianglan, to fall. She was an almighty expert at the life enlightenment realm. Could it really be that Zhuowen who did it? That guy is definitely a ruthless person. I definitely can't provoke him in the future. Quan Li muttered to himself as his whole body trembled. On the Steel Continent, Zhuowen mixed in with the crowd and passed through one checkpoint after another. On this continent, there were more than a dozen checkpoints set up. Each checkpoint had a restriction array to check whether the visitor was in disguise or had unknown origins. This person has disguised himself. Take him down. Suddenly, a cold and emotionless voice came from behind Zhuowen. Soon after, Zhuowen discovered that a youth who had been following behind him was taken away by two cultivators from the Six Desires Palace. Zhuowen's heart relaxed. The strict inspection of the Steel Continent made even Zhuowen feel a chill in his heart. Although he had the all-life formless, he knew that he couldn't pass such a strict inspection. The main reason he could survive until now was that his spiritual sense was too strong, comparable to the two extremities of life and death. Such a powerful spiritual sense was simply invincible on the Steel Continent. Basically, no cultivator's spiritual sense could surpass Zhuowen's. In this series of inspections, Zhuowen basically relied on his powerful spiritual sense to fool his way through. Finally, they came to the last checkpoint. The checkpoint in front of them was a Xiaohe house. Only one cultivator could enter at a time. According to the cultivator at the previous checkpoint, the cultivator who entered the Xiaohe house would be directly sent to the black hole entrance after passing the inspection and leave the Six Desires heavenly domain. When the cultivator in front of Zhuowen entered the Xiaohe house, Zhuowen casually extended his spiritual sense into the Xiaohe house. His gaze suddenly turned gloomy. He found that the cultivator in front of him was immediately killed by the trap and kill array inside the Xiaohe house. Moreover, this trap and kill array was extremely powerful. With Zhuowen's knowledge of array Dao, he speculated that this was definitely an 8th grade trap and kill array. Moreover, it wasn't just one 8th grade trap and kill array, but a combination of several 8th grade trap and kill arrays. Even if a cultivator in the life enlightenment realm entered this trap and kill array, it wouldn't be easy for them to escape. Zhuowen knew that the border of the Six Desires heavenly domain didn't intend to let the cultivators leave at all. Instead, all of them were killed at this last checkpoint. It's your turn. A black-clothed guard at the entrance of the Xiaohe house glanced at Zhuowen expressionlessly and said indifferently. Zhuowen sneered. He clenched his right hand and took out the king's sword. Without hesitation, he slashed the black-clothed guard's neck and beheaded him. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen killed the guard, the people of the Six Desires Palace on the Steel Continent all rushed toward Zhuowen. Enemy attack! Someone killed the guards here. How dare he! Kill him immediately. Chapter 2479. Seal on the Steel Continent. the moment the powerful voice rang out, all the guards on the continent gathered together like a swarm of locusts. The other cultivators who had entered the continent for inspection were all pale and trembling. "Kill all outsiders who enter the continent." That voice rang out once again. Then screams and sounds of fighting rang out from the continent. Zhuowen stood in front of Xiao Hei's house. Black figures scurried around him. These were the guards of the Steel Continent. However, Zhuowen was surrounded by 4 divine weapons. They were the Thunderfire Sword, the Blood Fairy Sword, the Sky-Destroying Meteor, and the 9 Extinction Sword. With Zhuowen's current terrifying spiritual sense, controlling these 4 divine artifacts was more than enough. Furthermore, these 4 divine artifacts were wrapped tightly around Zhuowen. Any guard who tried to attack Zhuowen would be sent flying by the rebounding force, or have their divine souls obliterated by the powerful divine sense. In an instant, Zhuowen's surroundings became a sea of corpses. All the foreign cultivators on the Steel Continent were killed. In the end, only Zhuowen was left. Moreover, Zhuowen was surrounded by mountains and seas of corpses. It was a very strange scene. The remaining guards on the Steel Continent surrounded Zhuowen, but no one dared to step forward. After witnessing Zhuowen's terrifying strength, these guards were also scared witless. They knew that there was a huge gap between them and the white-clothed youth in front of them. Humph! A cold snort sounded, and then 5 figures rushed out from the depths of the Steel Continent. These 5 figures were all white-haired old men, and their auras were extremely vast. Zhuowen casually glanced around and discovered that these 5 were only half-step Void Sky Ninth Ascension cultivators, but he didn't care much about them. He had even killed a life Enlightenment Realm expert like Xianglan, the Palace Master of Fragrance, Desire Palace. Naturally, he did not put a half-step Void Sky Ninth Step cultivator in his eyes. Among the 5 old men, a blue-clothed old man walked in front. His eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuowen with extreme hostility. "Who are you? Why did you kill the guards on the Steel Continent for no reason?" Zhuowen sneered in his heart. These 5 old men did not immediately attack, but questioned him in advance. They probably knew that his strength was extraordinary. Of course, Zhuowen also knew that these 5 old men might have already informed Palace Master Wuju. They were just stalling for time. 5 old men, if you don't want to die, immediately open the border's exit. Zhuowen said coldly. Just now he had already checked it out. The exit was indeed in Xiao Hei's divine runes. Even if he wanted to break through it, it would take a lot of time, and they were all grade rank 8 runes. Even if Zhuowen wanted to break through them, he would take a lot of time when time was. And Zhuowen had. The exit is in Xiao Hei's house. As long as you go in, you will be able to leave the 6 desires, heavenly realm. The blue-clothed old man said calmly. Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. He stretched out his right hand into the void, and the surrounding space-time was suddenly affected. Immediately, the blue-clothed old man's neck tightened. Then he was shocked to find that he was already in Zhuowen's hand without him knowing. Zhuowen was clearly standing in the same place, but he was able to hold the blue-clothed old man in his hand from 1,000 meters away. This was really too powerful. The power of time and space. The other 4 old men were shocked as they stared at Zhuowen in horror. Just now, the 4 of them did not notice Zhuowen's move at all. They only reacted when they knew that the blue-clothed old man was in Zhuowen's hand. Do you think I am a fool? You have set up several grade 8 runes in Xiao Hei's house. Do you think I am going to walk right into your trap? Zhuowen mocked. The blue-clothed old man rolled his eyes. He wanted to activate the divine power in his body, but he found that he was frozen by a terrifying power of time and space. At this moment, the blue-clothed old man's heart was filled with fear. He had never thought that one day he would be so close to death. "Speak, or you will die." "My patience is limited," Zhuowen said to the blue-clothed old man. The blue-clothed old man's body twitched, but he still did not say a word. "If you don't want to speak, then don't blame me for being rude. Anyway, there's still 4 of us. One more won't make a difference." Zhuowen frowned. The power of time and space in his right hand suddenly invaded the blue-clothed old man's body. Then he threw him into the air, pulled out the king's sword, and slashed at the blue-clothed old man's heart. Uft! The king's sword smoothly entered the blue-clothed old man's heart. The terrifying death chi invaded the blue-clothed old man's body and devoured all of his vitality. The blue-clothed old man fell to the ground and twitched violently. He wanted to struggle to get up, but he could not. The terrifying death chi quickly deprived him of his vitality. In the end, even the illusory heavenly bridge in his body was completely destroyed under the effect of the death chi. When the other 4 old men saw the blue-clothed old man die in such a painful manner, their hearts trembled. As for the many guards surrounding Zhuowen, they continuously retreated in fear. Obviously, they also knew that for an expert like Zhuowen, it was useless to rely on numbers to suppress him. Moreover, even the strongest blue-clothed old man of the Steel Continent was killed by this white-clothed young man. Their small fries would not even be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth if they rushed over. I said, "My patience is limited. Release the formation restriction at the exit." Zhuowen looked at the 4 shocked old men with murderous intent in his eyes. The 4 old men looked at each other. Immediately, one of the old men said with a trembling voice, "Sir, the trap and kill formation here was not set up by us. It was set up by Palace Master Wujue. Moreover, we do not know the method to open this trap and kill formation." Zhuowen frowned and grabbed the void with his right hand. The 4 old men were immediately pinched in his hand by his great divine power. Then, the space-time power turned into ropes and restrained the movements of the 4 old men. After doing all this, Zhuowen's king's sword suddenly broke the Xiaohei's house in front of him, revealing the layers of formation restriction inside. The restriction inside was extremely complicated, and one was linked to another. Looking at the hodgepodge of formation intertwined in front of him, Zhuowen sighed in his heart. He knew that it was not realistic to break the formation step by step. He could only destroy it with brute force. Zhuowen pointed at the void with his right hand. Suddenly, the space-time power transformed into an endless space-time ocean, and a waning sun rose at the end of the ocean. Zhuowen used the space-time power, the waning sun above the sea. The power of the waning sun descended, and the formation restriction in front of him began to be destroyed bit by bit. When the waning sun fell on the restriction according to Zhuowen's command, countless golden lights burst out. The formation restriction at the exit was annihilated, but Zhuowen's eyes were extremely gloomy. Because the moment the formation restriction was annihilated, he found a 6-colored seal at the exit. Chapter 2480. Palace Master Jean Wujue, that old hag. She actually left such a trump card at the exit. Zhuowen cursed in his heart. Immediately after, he took out the space-time wheel and planned to leave this place. He had spent too much time in this steel continent. Palace Master Jean Wujue would probably rush over soon. Since the exit of the 6 Desires heavenly domain had been completely sealed, it would be too dangerous for Zhuowen to continue staying here. Therefore, he had to leave quickly. Unfortunately, the moment Zhuowen took out the space-time wheel, an ominous premonition arose in his mind. The moment this ominous premonition arose, Zhuowen immediately put away the space-time wheel. Immediately after, the torch dragon wings on his back spread open, and he moved several hundred meters to the side. Rumble! A terrifying energy pillar swept past Zhuowen's side, bringing about countless terrifying gales in the air. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. If he had not reacted in time, this terrifying energy pillar would have caused him quite a bit of damage. Swoosh! Swoosh! The moment Zhuowen dodged the energy pillar, 4 figures appeared behind Zhuowen, completely blocking his path of retreat. These 4 figures were not unfamiliar to Zhuowen. They were the Palace Master of Desire Palace, Jingyan, Palace Master of Desire Palace, Huating, Palace Master of Desire Palace, and Palace Master of Desire Palace. In front of Zhuowen, Palace Master Zhan Wujue, who was dressed in a white Taoist robe, slowly walked over. Longwen, do you think that this Palace Master can't recognize you after changing your appearance? Stop pretending to be mysterious. Hand over Desireless. On account of Jingyan, I will spare your life. Palace Master Zhan Wujue stopped several hundred meters in front of Zhuowen. Her clear and cold voice slowly sounded. Longwen listened to Palace Master Zhan Wujue. Hand over Desireless. Desireless is useless to you. What's the use of snatching him? Palace Master Jing Yin persuaded from the side. However, Zhuowen sneered and said, Palace Lord Jingyan, many thanks for your kind intentions. However, I will definitely not hand over Desireless. At this point, Zhuowen stared coldly at Palace Master Wujue and said, Palace Master Wujue, do you know the name Moyan Wushang? Palace Master Wujue's eyes narrowed. She shook her head and said, I have never heard of Moyan Wushang. I am questioning you now. What right do you have to question me? Zhuowen ignored Palace Master Wujue and continued. Wushang came from the abandoned Heavenly Armor Planet. Later on, he relied on his own efforts to protect many cultivators in the Heavenly Armor Planet. Until one day, a mysterious black-clothed woman appeared. She said that she wanted to take Wushang away. She also said that she could let Wushang enter the Six Desires Palace and give him the best cultivation environment and resources. I believed in the prestige and integrity of the Six Desires Palace. Therefore, I let Wushang go with her. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with killing intent. He continued, At that time I said that I would make a trip to the Six Desires Palace to see Wushang again. However, I did not see him in the Six Desires Palace. In fact, there was no trace of Wushang. It was only when I heard the song, A Phoenix Courting a Phoenix, that I knew that Wushang had stayed in the Six Desires Palace. However, he had disappeared. Later on, I discovered that Wushang had become desireless. He was a puppet who had abandoned his 7 emotions and 6 desires. At this point, Zhuowen's killing intent reached its peak. He stared at Palace Master Wujue. Now, Zhuowen was 100% sure that Palace Master Wujue was the mysterious black-clothed, masked woman. The reason why Palace Master Wujue could not recognize Zhuowen was that she did not take Zhuowen seriously back then. She did not have a deep impression of Zhuowen. Secondly, Zhuowen had changed his appearance and name before coming to the Six Desires Palace. Although Palace Master Wujue could tell that Zhuowen had changed his appearance at a glance, she did not expose Zhuowen because he was brought here by Palace Master Jingyan. You're that puny heavenly god called Zhu Wen from back then. Palace Master Wujue's beautiful eyes were filled with surprise as she looked at Zhuowen. The mysterious woman back then was indeed her. At that time, she had been looking for the most suitable person to cultivate the desireless cultivation method in the 8 heavens. Then, she unintentionally took a fancy to Moyan Wushang. At that time, she had promised Moyan Wushang many conditions and benefits. However, Moyan Wushang was not moved. Later on, Moyan Wushang changed his decision because of a little late divine realm youth. In the end, he followed her and left. Back then, she still had some impression of Zhuowen, who was only a divine realm expert. However, after so many years, she gradually forgot about him. Now that Zhuowen had taken the initiative to mention him, Palace Master Wujue immediately thought of Zhuowen. Of course, Palace Master Wujue was most surprised by Zhuowen's current cultivation. It had only been a few hundred years since she took Moyan Wushang away. In such a short period of time, the divine realm youth back then had actually advanced to the void sky 8 steps. Moreover, the strength of the white-clothed youth before her had far exceeded his cultivation realm. The expressions of the other 4 palace masters also changed. They all knew that Desireless had only appeared a few hundred years ago. According to Palace Master Wu Ju, the white-clothed youth before them was only a divine realm expert a few hundred years ago. However, after a few hundred years, he had actually advanced to the Void Sky 8 steps. His cultivation speed was a bit too terrifying. Among them, the one with the most complicated expression was none other than Palace Master Jingyan. Although she knew that Zhuowen was monstrous, she did not expect him to be this monstrous. Is Xianglan's death related to you? Palace Master Wu Ju's killing intent suddenly rose. The moment she found out about Zhuowen's identity, Palace Master Wu Ju already had the intention to kill him. Although she did not think that Zhuowen could kill Xianglan, she knew that Xianglan's death was definitely related to Zhuowen. Perhaps there was an even more powerful existence behind Zhuowen. I was the one who killed the palace master of the fragrance, Desire Palace. She provoked me. How can I not kill her? Zhuowen sneered. You're courting death. Palace Master Wu Ju took a step forward and rushed toward Zhuowen. The horsetail whisk in her hand turned into boundless white waves and instantly entangled Zhuowen. The other 4 palace masters surrounded him to prevent Zhuowen from escaping. Waning sun of the sea. Within the countless white waves, a cold voice rang out. Soon after, a waning sun rose and scattered the white waves. Zhuowen stepped on the sea of time and space and walked toward Palace Master Wu Ju. He was very clear that there was still a big gap between him and an expert of the life and death realm. However, today he had learned that Palace Master Wu Ju was the mysterious woman who had taken Wu Shang away. Moreover, after Palace Master Wu Ju brought Wu Shang back, not only did she not fulfill her promise, she even forced Wu Shang to cultivate the desireless cultivation technique and forcibly deprived him of his 6 desires. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was unable to control the fury in his heart. Moreover, Zhuowen wanted to know how big the gap was between him and an expert of the life and death realm. He still had the blood jade that the mysterious head had left for him. Chapter 2481. Shui Yu, Space-Time Divine Power? Seems like you do have some skills. Palace Master Wu Jue sneered, but she didn't take Zhuowen's space-time divine power seriously. Palace Master Wu Jue swung her horsetail whisk, and instantly there were over a dozen gusts of black wind. The black wind was extremely powerful. Once it came into contact with flesh and blood, it could immediately take away vitality and turn the flesh and blood into dry bones. Over a dozen gusts of black wind whizzed out and instantly entangled the sun that had risen to the highest point. Then the terrifying sun was completely devoured by the black wind. Even the surrounding space-time sea instantly dried up. Zhuowen's pupils contracted as he looked at the gusts of black wind. He didn't expect the black wind to be so terrifying. His space-time divine power had collapsed in front of the black wind. The space-time divine power was broken, and the gusts of black wind were like black pythons that pounced on Zhuowen from all directions. Zhuowen's eyes grew gloomy, and he took out the boundless ice lotus. At the same time, he released the 9 Tao meanings without hesitation. Suddenly, the boundless ice lotus was dyed purple. At the same time, the purple lotus expanded to a size of 100 feet and slowly bloomed above Zhuowen's head. Under the influence of the Tao meanings, the powerful, mysterious life, divine power, increased by almost 9 times. It circled around Zhuowen and formed an indestructible defense. Boom, boom, boom. Over a dozen gusts of black wind swept over continuously and hit the strong defense on the surface of the boundless ice lotus. When the rumbling gradually subsided, Palace Master Wu Jue squinted her beautiful eyes and realized that Zhuowen was safe and sound. A purple lotus floated above Zhuowen's head and protected Zhuowen from the attack of the black wind. This man blocked Palace Master Wu Jue's attack. This guy is crazy. The other 4 palace masters were shocked, and they looked at the young man in white. who was safe and sound in disbelief. Zhuowen spat out some blood, and his heart was filled with bitterness. In order to block Palace Master Wu Ju's attack, he could be said to have used all his skills. Even so, he still suffered a serious internal injury. Moreover, the defensive energy in the surroundings of the infinite ice lotus was already thinned to the point it was practically non-existent at this moment. If it wasn't for the energy of the Tao insight supporting it bitterly, Zhuowen wouldn't be able to stand stably at this moment. The two extremes of life and death are indeed too terrifying. It's definitely not something that I can contend against. Zhuowen smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. Then he took out the space-time wheel again. He had to leave this place. Otherwise, he would definitely die. You want to leave? Is it that easy? Palace Master Wu Jue's gaze turned even colder. She could feel Zhuowen's terrifying talent. If this boy was allowed to continue developing, wouldn't his strength catch up to hers very quickly? She would never let such a thing happen. To cut the grass, one had to dig up the roots. She had to get rid of this root completely. Palace Master Wu Jue waved her horsetail, whisk again. Instantly, close to 100 gusts of black wind whizzed out and blocked in front of Zhuowen. They almost formed an extremely terrifying black wall. Zhuowen, you shall die here. Palace Master Wu Jue snorted coldly. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the void. Suddenly, a huge mouth appeared on the black wall and swallowed Zhuowen. Other than Palace Master Jingyan, the other 3 Palace Masters heaved a sigh of relief and landed beside Palace Master Wu Jue. Zhuowen is really cunning. He actually changed his name to Longwen from the beginning. Moreover, I heard that Zhuowen once obtained the life and death elixir in the Divine Pill Secret Land. Many people have been discussing this matter previously. Palace Master Wu Jue glanced at Palace Master Jingyan, who was silent beside her, and chuckled. If this boy hadn't exposed his identity, perhaps I wouldn't have killed him. Unfortunately, he's courting death, Palace Master Wu Jue said coldly. With Palace Master Wu Jue's status, she would rarely lower herself to attack a member of the younger generation. However, this time it involved Desireless. Thus, Palace Master Wu Jue would not sit by and watch. Also, Jingyan, don't bring just anyone back to the 6 Desires Palace in the future. This is a lesson for you. Palace Master Wu Jue looked at Jingyan, who was not far away, and reprimanded her solemnly. Palace Master Jing Yun nodded and bowed. Even though she knew, she still didn't say anything. Oh, that's right. Palace Master Wu Jue, since your black winds are so powerful, would they be able to eliminate the desireless in this boy's body? Palace Master Wu Jue asked. Palace Master Wu Jue smiled and said, Don't worry about that. This black wind only targets the depths of one's soul. Furthermore, it must come into contact with the surface of one's body before it can enter the depths of one's soul. As long as this Zhuowen doesn't release desireless, nothing will happen to him. Hearing those words, the other palace masters all felt relieved. Desireless was related to whether or not their 6 Desires Palace would be able to produce another Tao verification expert in the future. Thus, they naturally didn't wish for anything to happen to Desireless. Rumble! Suddenly, the huge black wall formed by nearly 100 strands of black wind was annihilated in an instant. An earth-shaking bloody light filled the entire starry sky. Palace Master Wu Jue and the others were all alarmed by the frightening crimson light. They all looked toward the crimson light. A white-clothed youth slowly walked out from the depths of the crimson light, where the countless black winds were destroyed. At this moment, the white-clothed youth's body was completely dyed crimson by the crimson light. That crimson light was being emitted from his right palm. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to see that the youth was holding a crimson jade in his palm. The energy emitted from that crimson jade was extremely frightening. Even Palace Master Wu Jue was shocked by it. At this moment, Zhuowen's complexion was deathly pale. In his heart, He was cursing that mysterious head for tricking him. The instant he was engulfed by the black winds, he immediately activated the Crimson Jade. Moreover, the might of the Crimson Jade did not disappoint him. It directly broke through the black wall formed by the black winds. However, what made Zhuowen feel helpless was that the power of the Crimson Jade was converted by absorbing the blood essence in his body. Earlier, when the Crimson Jade broke through the black winds, it absorbed a lot of his blood essence. Even Zhuowen was unable to endure it. I have to leave immediately. I can't continue to be entangled with Palace Master Wujue. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Then he stepped onto the space-time wheel and immediately disappeared from where he stood. Palace Master Wujue and the others had already recovered from their shock. When they saw that Zhuowen had actually escaped, Palace Master Wujue's expression turned ugly. She also took out a flight divine equipment and chased after Zhuowen. Damn it! What kind of flight divine equipment is that Palace Master Wujue using? Why is it so fast? When Zhuowen discovered that Palace Master Wujue and the others were chasing after him, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. He couldn't help but activate the space-time wheel to increase its speed. Rumble! Just as Zhuowen increased his speed, a gust of black wind whistled over and tried to engulf Zhuowen. Zhuowen immediately took out the Crimson Jade. With the power of the Crimson Jade, he easily blocked the black wind. However, Zhuowen's heart felt even more bitter. He clearly knew that every time he used the Crimson Jade, his blood essence would be absorbed by the Crimson Jade. It was a kind of equivalent exchange. If Palace Master Wujue continued to attack him from behind, he couldn't imagine how he could endure until he entered the door of profundity. Chapter 2482. Discovering the door of profundity in the starry sky, 2 streaks of flowing light flashed past. Palace Master Wujue frowned as she looked at Zhuowen, who was desperately controlling the space-time wheel. She then said, "Could his flying divine weapon be the space-time disc?" It shouldn't be the space-time disc. The real space-time disc was shattered in the space-time quicksand river. This should be the core component of the space-time disc. Although its speed isn't as fast as the space-time disc, it shouldn't be underestimated, Palace Master Hua Ting said. Palace Master Wujue nodded and said, "Follow me to attack Zhuowen. The blood jade on him is extraordinary and powerful. However, there is a corresponding price to pay." Palace Master Wujue's eyesight was indeed amazing. In the process of chasing, she quickly noticed that something was wrong with Zhuowen. Although the power released by the strange blood jade in Zhuowen's hand contained extremely powerful rules of heaven that were even stronger than her divine power of life and death. However, Palace Master Wujue could see that after Zhuowen used the blood jade to block her attacks, he gradually became weaker. Obviously, if he wanted to borrow the power of the blood jade, he would have to pay a corresponding price. Boom! 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 Under Palace Master Wujue's command, the other 4 Palace Masters used their own methods to attack Zhuowen. The 5 attacks turned into 5 rainbow-like energy pillars that enveloped Zhuowen and the space-time wheel. Uft! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he became extremely weak. The 5 attacks were too terrifying. Palace Master Wujue's attack alone was already difficult for him to block. Now, with the other 4 Palace Masters' joint attack, Zhuowen almost couldn't take it. Fortunately, the blood jade was indeed powerful. Although it was terrifying to absorb his blood essence, Zhuowen had too many divine medicines and divine elixirs. Among them, there was no lack of blood essence recovery elixirs. Therefore, although his face was getting paler, he could still hold on for a while. We're about to reach the north. I just need to enter the door of profundity. Zhuowen muttered to himself. Logically speaking, only cultivators who had comprehended Tao intent were qualified to enter the door of profundity. Or rather, only Su descendants who had comprehended Tao intent could enter. The reason why Zhuowen was Wujue's studio Zhuowen studio time. Previously, when Zhuowen was in Suzhou City, the Su family's Su Yi gave the purple jade to him. If of Profundity Studio, or if he lacked both Tao and Ten Studio, his profundity is his realm. Moreover, this gate of profundity is connected to the ninth heaven. Zhuo Wen concluded that this gate of profundity is by no means an ordinary object. The two extremes of life and death shouldn't be able to break through its defense. Is Su Studio? Is a studio realm art of heaven? Of is again. Just as Zhuowen was pondering, Palace Master Wu Ju and the others joined forces to attack again. Zhuowen could not help but curse. The joint attack of Palace Master Wu Ju and the others almost knocked Zhuowen unconscious. Now that it was happening again, Zhuowen was a little scared. He could only pick up the blood jade forcefully and borrow the power of the blood jade to defend against the terrifying joint attack. Zhuowen spat out another mouthful of blood and swallowed all the divine pills and herbs on his body without any regard for his life. Then, he desperately drove the space-time void to escape. Not long after, Zhuowen had already entered the vicinity of Heavenly Spirit Star, which was located in the northern part of the Six Desires heavenly domain. He had already been struck 3 or 4 times by the 5 great palace lords, and each time he was struck, he kept coughing up blood. If Zhuowen didn't have an abundance of divine pills on him, Zhuowen wouldn't have been able to hold on. But even so, Zhuowen's internal injuries had become even more serious than before. This kind of internal injury could not be healed by swallowing divine pills and miraculous medicines. Instead, it required time to slowly heal. Pucci, after Zhuowen took another hit, he directly rushed towards the northern part of Heavenly Spirit Star. His speed was extremely fast. Why is this Zhuowen here? The northern part of the Heaven Realm is the most remote place, and there is no exit to the Heaven Realm here. If you continue to head north, you will only enter a dead end in the Heaven Realm. That is simply a dead end. The Palace Master of the Listening Palace said doubtfully, "Continue to chase. This kid is full of tricks. We can't let our guard down." The killing intent in Palace Master Wu Jue's eyes became even more intense. The 5 great palace masters had chased for almost half of the heavenly domain and spent a few days, but they still couldn't catch up to this junior who was only at 8 steps void sky. If this matter was spread out, they would probably become the joke of the 8 heavenly domains. Soon, Palace Master Wu Jue and the others followed Zhuowen into the depths of the northern part of the heavenly domain. Then, they saw Zhuowen enter the interior of an asteroid belt. Their consciousness spread out and discovered that there was a dying star in the center of the asteroid belt. Zhuowen didn't hesitate to enter the star's interior. When their consciousness entered the star's interior and reached the star's core, they were immediately pushed back by a purple energy. What's going on? There's an unusual energy in that star, Palace Master Wu Jue said with a cold gaze. The other 4 palace masters all looked bewildered. Just now, when the purple light hit their divine senses, it made them feel as if their necks were being strangled. This feeling made them very uncomfortable. It was as if they would be killed by this energy at any time. Let's go in and take a look. After Palace Master Wu Jue finished speaking, she kept her flying divine tool and entered the asteroid belt first. The other 4 palace masters looked at each other and followed Palace Master Wu Jue. After a while, the 5 great palace masters went deep into the star and reached the star's core. This kid entered the star's core. Palace Master Wu Jue pointed at a pothole in front of the star's core. This pothole could fit a person. Just now, their consciousness was forcefully cut off by the energy inside the star's core. Therefore, the 5 of them didn't rashly extend their consciousness into the star's core. What's this kid doing? Palace Master Wu Jue frowned and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Palace Master Wu Jue said in a deep voice, Don't use your consciousness anymore. This place is very strange. consciousness can easily be devoured. Palace Master Wujua reminded, and went into the pothole. The 5 of them quickly entered the star's core. Then they saw a huge stone door inside. The stone door was 3 feet tall, and its surface was covered with purple veins. An ancient and vicissitude aura was spontaneously emitted from the stone door. There's actually a door here. The door surface has an extremely mysterious energy. Palace Master Wujua came in front of the door. Out of curiosity, she extended her hand and placed it on the surface of the stone door. Boom! Chapter 2483. Surging starry sky, Energy the Palace Master of the Palace of Desire was caught off guard and was hit by the terrifying purple energy. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Fortunately, Palace Master Wujua noticed that something was wrong and stopped the Palace Master of the Palace of Desire. At the same time, she took out a divine pill from her spiritual ring and fed it to the Palace Master of the Palace of Desire. Thank you, Palace Master Wujua. The Palace Master of the Palace of Desire swallowed the divine pill and recovered a little. She quickly thanked Palace Master Wujua. Palace Master Wujua shook her head and looked at the stone door in front of her seriously. She said, "This stone door is not simple. I seem to have seen this energy somewhere before. I remember that the heaven-breaking origin of the Huaxia Qing domain is similar to this stone door. Could it be the Huaxia Qing domain's doing?" The Palace Master of the Palace of Desire quickly answered. Palace Master Wujua shook her head and said, "It shouldn't be. If the ruler of the Huaxia Qing domain, Taiqing, had come to the Qing domain, I would have known about it. Moreover, he wouldn't have placed such a terrifying stone door in front of me." Palace Master Wujua's eyes became serious. She could feel that the energy contained within the stone door was even more terrifying than the heaven-breaking origin, spring white snow, that she had mastered. Palace Master Wujua, who had come into contact with the heaven-breaking origin, was all too familiar with the origin energy contained within the stone door. This origin source definitely surpassed any origin source in the 8 heavens. Perhaps only when all 8 origin sources were fused together would they be able to match the power of the stone door. Palace Master Wujua's eyes were burning with passion. Although she wasn't sure about the origin of the stone door, she knew that it wasn't simple. "Let's work together to break this stone door," Palace Master Wujua ordered. The other 4 Palace Masters didn't dare to delay, and they all used their own techniques. In an instant, 5 terrifying attacks landed on the stone door. Colorful energy, ripples splashed out. However, Palace Master Wujua and the other 4 quickly realized that the stone door didn't move under their combined attacks. "What is this thing? Our attacks have no effect on it?" The Palace Master of the Palace of Desire said in shock. Again, Palace Master Wujua's face was gloomy as she joined the other Palace Masters to attack the stone door again. After a few rounds of attacks, the Stone Palace Master Wujua editor, Vermilion Palace Master Wujua, finally, the 5 of them gave up. Then Zhuo Wen should have entered this stone door. How did he open this stone door? Painting asked in surprise. Palace Master of the Palace Master Wujua looked at Palace Master Wujua. Zhuwen was Wujua, Wujua Wujua, Wujua Wujua, 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 Wuju, Wujuju. Wujua Wuju Wui Wujua of the Wujua of Wuju. Wuju Wujua Wuju, Wuju off. Wujua by Wujuju, Wu, Wuju Wujua Wujua. Wujua Wujua Wuju. Was Zhuwu was Zhuwas, was Wujua, was Wujua this time. In order to escape from the pursuit of Palace Master Wujua and the others, he had paid a great deal of blood essence and even suffered internal injuries in order to obtain the Door of Profundity. Of course, if it wasn't for this Door of Profundity, Zhuowen felt that he would have no path to heaven and no door to hell. That mysterious head isn't reliable at all. It didn't even tell me that the blood jade has such a huge side effect. Zhuowen couldn't help but curse at the mysterious head that gave him the blood jade when he thought of his sorry state. If the mysterious head heard this, it would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood. When this blood jade was activated, it was enough to destroy those in the life-comprehending realm, defeat those in the death-comprehending realm, and block those in the life and death realm. Back then, Zhuowen's strength was not high. The mysterious head did not think that Zhuowen could provoke experts at the life and death extremities. Cultivators below the life and death extremities would not cause too much damage to Zhuowen, who had the blood jade. Who would have thought that Zhuowen would provoke the two extremes of life and death and 4 life-comprehending realm experts to hunt him down? Otherwise, Zhuowen would not be in such a sorry state. After resting for 4 to 6 hours, Zhuowen finally caught his breath, and the rumbling behind him gradually stopped. Zhuowen knew that even if Palace Master Wu Ju and the other 4 joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to break through the door of profundity, so he was relieved. However, Zhuowen felt a little helpless. Originally, the door of profundity was extremely hidden, but now it was exposed to Palace Master Wu Ju because of him. As long as Palace Master Wu Ju was not a short-sighted person, he would definitely be able to see the extraordinariness of the door of profundity. Thinking of this, Zhuowen felt a little helpless. Although he didn't know the origin of the door of profundity, since this door of profundity led to the 9th heaven, it was definitely not something simple. Originally, he planned to slowly comprehend the door of profundity, but he didn't expect to be forced into it by Palace Master Wu Ju as soon as he discovered it. Fortunately, the method to enter and exit the door of profundity was in Zhuowen's hands, so Palace Master Wu Ju had no other way to enter except for attacking. How great would it be if I could refine this door of profundity? Zhuowen muttered in a low voice, but his eyes lit up. Although he didn't know the origin of the door of profundity, he knew that this door of profundity should be extraordinary. If he could refine this door of profundity, then he would be able to take it away. But soon, Zhuowen was disappointed. The door of profundity was too mysterious, and he didn't know how to refine it, so he didn't know where to start. Sai, let's not talk about this for now. Let's heal first. Also, I have to let my clone advance as soon as possible. Zhuowen stood up with difficulty and stepped into the purple mist in front of him. After a short while, he arrived at the edge of the transparent barrier that he came from before. Zhuowen first set up a spirit gathering array at the barrier. This spirit gathering array was able to gather all the surrounding starry sky energy into this array. Cultivators who entered the spirit gathering array would be able to absorb the energy and cultivate. There was no starry sky energy in the door of profundity, only the power of Tao intent. The purpose of Zhuowen setting up the spirit gathering array was naturally to gather the starry sky energy of the 9th heaven outside the barrier. The last time he came to this barrier, he curiously stretched his right hand out of the barrier and felt that the starry sky energy in the 9th heaven was extremely rich, much richer than the starry sky of the 8 heavens. If the starry sky where the 8 heavens are located is a small stream, then, in Zhuowen's view, the 9th heaven on the other side of the barrier is a river or even a vast ocean. The starry sky energy of the two is not on the same level at all. Chapter 2484. Sakyamuni, after Zhuowen summoned the black-clothed Zhuowen, he took out a large number of calamity crystal veins from his spirit ring. In the past, he obtained a large number of calamity crystal veins in the cloudy clear round crescent, which was enough for the black-clothed Zhuowen to pass 19 wind disasters. It's just that in the past few years, the black-clothed Zhuowen's cultivation speed has been relatively slow due to fear of wind disasters. Now that he has the Pillfire, he naturally has no scruples. If the black-clothed Zhuowen goes all out, Zhuowen estimates that the black-clothed Zhuowen will be able to pass 19 wind disasters in 10 years. After settling the black-clothed Zhuowen, Zhuowen sat cross-legged in the spirit gathering formation. Waves of rich starry sky energy poured into Zhuowen's body like a tide, spreading along his 8 extraordinary meridians. An indescribable feeling of comfort made Zhuo when unable to help but cry out in pleasure. He hasn't felt this carefree for a long time. Moreover, he found that the heavenly Tao in the starry sky energy of the ninth heaven is extremely complete, much more complete than the eight heavens. Thinking of what Palace Master Jingyan said at the beginning, that there are many cultivators in the ninth heaven who have reached the ninth heaven, Zhuowen believed it a little. In such a complete environment, as long as one has good talent and works hard, there is still a great chance to comprehend the heavenly Tao and advance to the ninth heaven. With such a good cultivation environment, Zhuowen naturally won't let it go easily. As long as he can break through to the life enlightenment realm here, coupled with the power of his ninefold Tao intent, Zhuowen knows that he doesn't need to be afraid of Palace Master Wujue. Although his strength may not be the opponent of Palace Master Wujue at that time, Palace Master Wujue will have to think twice if he wants to kill him. Moreover, Zhuowen's ultimate trump card, the Tao slaughtering hegemonic technique, can also be cultivated at that time. Once he succeeds, he won't be afraid of Palace Master Wujue at all. Of course, whether or not he could advance to the life-comprehending realm was still debatable. After all, the 9 steps of the virtual sky world was the highest realm in the virtual sky world. It wasn't something he could achieve just by thinking about it. Time ticked by, and Zhuowen stayed here for 10 years. During these 10 years, other than taking care of Desireless, Zhuowen had been diligently cultivating within the spirit gathering array. Ever since Desireless was injured by old Lord Tusada, he had been unconscious the entire time. Furthermore, Zhuowen felt that Palace Master Wujue had something that could be used against Desireless. Once he was able to leave this place, he would first make a trip to Huaxia Heaven region. He had to first restore Desireless 6 desires. Perhaps he would be able to wake Desireless up at that time. At this moment, there were 6 figures standing outside the stone gate. Zhuowen was familiar with 3 of them. They were Yema Zi, Elder Tusada, and Palace Master Wujue, whom he had fought 10 years ago in the 6 Desires Palace. As for the other 3 people, they were unfamiliar faces. However, the auras on their bodies contained the powerful auras of the cycle of life and death. They should be absolute powerhouses of the 2 extremes of life and death. Among the 3 unfamiliar people, one of them had the strongest aura among the 6. This person stood in front of the 6 people. There was a golden vertical bar between his eyebrows, as if there was a golden eye between his eyebrows. The other 5 people looked at this figure with fear in their eyes. Although they were all in the 2 extremes of life and death, the aura on this man with the golden vertical bar was much more terrifying and powerful than that of the other 5 people present. Sakyamuni, I didn't expect you to also come. A white-haired, lazy young man said in a deep voice as he looked at the man with the golden vertical bar with some fear. If Zhuowen was standing here, he would definitely be able to recognize this man with the golden vertical bar as Sakyamuni, who had used Heavenly Armor Planet as a wager back then. Although he had only seen Sakyamuni's projection back then, he would never forget the domineering aura on Sakyamuni's body. Sakyamuni looked at the purple patterns on the stone door in front of him and frowned. Isn't this power Tai Ching's Tao intent? But it's even stronger than Tai Ching's Tao intent. Tai Ching hasn't come yet? As he said that, Sakyamuni looked at Palace Master Wujue. This time, Palace Master Wujue had summoned the other 7 heaven lords to the door of profundity. Now, Sakyamuni domains Sakyamuni, Mahesvara domains Unfettered One, Yama domains Yama domains Yama domain, Tusada domains Old Lord Tusada domain, and Limitless Light domains Wuliang domain were all present. However, Mahesvara domains Mahesvara and Huaxia domains Taiching were not present. Palace Master Wujue smiled bitterly. Mahesvara has never interacted with the other heavens, so he refused. Taiching said he didn't have time, so he didn't come either. Sakura coldly snorted and said, "The trash of the great Brahma domain is stuck in his own place all day long, selfish and self-centered. If it weren't for the fact that the great Brahma domain is the place with the thinnest energy among the 8 heavens, I would have killed that trash and snatched the great Brahma domain. But why doesn't Tai Ching have time? Didn't you tell him about the situation here? Palace Master Wujua said, I've already told him. I even said that this place might have something to do with his Tao intent, but Tai Ching said he wasn't interested, so he didn't come. Sakyamuni frowned. Since Tai Ching had already said so, Sakyamuni had nothing to say. Clearly, Tai Ching had made up his mind not to come. The 3 of you couldn't open the stone door when you worked together. Sakyamuni turned his head, looked at Palace Master Wujua, Old Lord Tusita and Yamazi, and asked in a deep voice. Old Lord Tusita nodded and said, Yes, this stone door is extraordinarily hard. The 3 of us even used our respective heaven-breaking sources, but we still couldn't open it. Could it be that this stone door is a heaven-breaking divine artifact? Sakyamuni sneered and said, Do you still believe that what you have is the heaven-breaking sources? After being the lords of heavens for so many years, you should have realized that the heaven-breaking sources are simply a lie. We're just frogs at the bottom of the well. What we have is not the heaven-breaking sources at all. At most, it can only be regarded as the heavenly Tao origin, and an extremely incomplete one at that. I'm afraid that there should be a lot of heavenly Tao origin in the 9th heaven. Sakyamuni mocked. The other 5 fell silent. After becoming the lords of heavens, they have been studying the heavenly Tao origin of their respective heavens. Indeed, they found that the heavenly Tao origin wasn't as powerful and terrifying as they imagined. If it was really the heaven-breaking sources, even if it was just a trace, it would be enough to break the heavenly Tao and break free from the shackles of the 8 heavens, but they didn't have it. Then what do you think this stone door is? Palace Master Wujua asked. I don't know, but I know that this stone door shouldn't be a divine artifact. It's more like a sealed door. As for what it is, we can only talk about it after we open it. The 6 of us will take out our respective heavenly Tao origin and work together to open the stone door. After Sakyamuni finished speaking, the golden vertical strip between his eyebrows suddenly split open, and an ancient and terrifying power emerged from it. Everyone knew that this was Sakyamuni's heavenly Tao origin. It was the most powerful heavenly Tao origin among the 8 heavens. Chapter 2485. Bang on the stone gate after Sakyamuni used the heavenly domain sources. The other 5 heavenly lords no longer held back and summoned their respective heavenly domain sources. 6 types of terrifying heavenly domain sources bombarded the stone gate one after another. Palace Master Wujua was pleasantly surprised to find that the stone gate, which had remained motionless for the past 10 years, began to tremble slightly under the joint attack of the 6 types of heavenly domain sources. The power of the heavenly domain sources is really effective. The stone gate has begun to tremble violently. Old Lord Tusita also showed a look of joy. The trembling of the stone gate became more and more violent. The power of the 6 heavenly domain sources is too great. Under the influence of this terrifying power, the star covering the stone gate was completely shattered, exposing the 10-meter-tall stone gate. Inside the stone gate, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He sighed softly and said, The starry sky energy of the 9th heaven is indeed rich. In just 10 years, I improved from the initial stage of the 8th step to the peak of the 8th step, but the time is too short. I almost reached the half-step 9th step. Speaking of this, Zhuowen glanced at the black-clothed Zhuowen not far away. At this moment, the aura exuding from the black-clothed Zhuowen is extremely powerful and terrifying. It's many times stronger than 10 years ago. Zhuowen showed a satisfied look. The black-clothed Zhuowen has already survived 18 wind disasters, and the 19th wind disaster is about to arrive. He knows that as long as his avatar survives the 19th wind disaster, he will be able to activate the mark placed on him by Lord Brahma. At that time, he will be directly teleported back to the Tower of Hanno. Lord Brahma's cultivation base is only around the life enlightenment realm. The current Zhuowen really doesn't put him in his eyes. However, what he is afraid of is the heavenly domain sources controlled by Lord Brahma. Although great Brahma's cultivation wasn't high, since he was able to become the ruler of a heaven region, and the fact that the great Brahma heaven domain was able to survive until now despite being in such a backward state, there had to be something unique about him. Therefore, although Zhuowen was no longer afraid of great Brahma, he did not let down his guard because of this. After all, to be able to become the ruler of the heavenly region, none of them were simple. Moreover, if Zhuowen returned to the great Brahma domain this time, he was prepared to make another trip to the blood-stained cliff. He planned to retrieve the eyes and heart of that Tao-confirming expert. He had the aura of that mysterious head. So he knew that taking back the eyes and heart of that Tao-confirming expert should not be too much of an obstacle. Moreover, he believed that there would definitely be other good things in the blood-stained cliff. After all, he had originally planned to enter the blood-stained cliff again. Just as Zhuowen was letting his imagination run wild, the space inside the stone door began to shake violently. Zhuowen could not help but stagger, almost falling down. What happened? Zhuowen's eyes were filled with bewilderment. Soon after, a terrifyingly powerful divine sense quietly extended to the stone door. Then he gloomily discovered that there were actually 6 experts outside the stone door, constantly bombarding it. Among the 6, Zhuowen naturally knew Palace Master Wujue, Yamazi, and Old Lord Tusada. However, he did not know the other 3 at all. However, among the 6, one of them caught Zhuowen's attention. This person had a golden, vertical bar between his eyebrows. His aura was the strongest among the 6, which made Zhuowen extremely wary. Moreover, after feeling the domineering aura from this person, Zhuowen could not help but think of a person in his mind, and that was Sakyamuni. Back then, the aura of Sakyamuni's illusory figure outside the heavenly armor planet coincided with this person's aura. Zhuowen took a deep breath. He knew that this person was probably Sakyamuni, and the other 2 he did not know should be the rulers of the other 2 heavenly regions. These 6 people, together with great Brahma and Tai Ching, who did not appear, formed the 8 rulers of the heavenly regions. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He knew that the matter of the Door of Profundity must have been told to the other rulers by Palace Master Wujue. Sakyamuni, who was originally controlling the heavenly domain's origin, had a cold look in his eyes. His terrifying divine sense suddenly surged out, turning into a powerful storm that completely shattered Zhuowen's extended divine sense. Zhuowen groaned and hurriedly retracted his divine sense. His eyes were filled with fear. This Sakyamuni was so strong, even stronger than Palace Master Wujue. According to the strength that Sakyamuni had displayed, Zhuowen knew that Sakyamuni was not far from the Tao-confirming realm. I have to leave this place quickly. Once they break through the stone door, I will be in trouble. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with determination. He immediately looked at the black-clothed Zhuowen who was sitting in the calamity, crystal, stone vein, not far away. He knew that his clone was about to break through. At that time, the 19th calamity, wind calamity, would descend. The pill fire was lying on the black-clothed Zhuowen's shoulder, revealing an extremely human-like expression of desire and excitement. The pill fire had clearly sensed the 19th calamity, wind calamity, and could not wait to devour the calamity energy of the 19th calamity, wind calamity. At this moment, the space around the stone door trembled even more violently. It was as if the heavens and earth were falling apart. Zhuowen probed with his divine sense and found that the stone door in front of him had actually started to crack. Zhuowen frowned. Although the stone door was extremely sturdy, it was still difficult for it to withstand the combined attacks of 6 rulers of the heavenly regions. Furthermore, these 6 rulers of the heavenly regions all used the power of the heavenly domain's origin. The increase in power was extremely terrifying. Thinking of this, Zhuowen looked at the black-clothed Zhuowen nervously. He naturally hoped that his clone would break through as soon as possible. Outside the stone door, Sakyamuni activated the heavenly domain's origin. He immediately turned to Palace Master Wujue and snorted, "Palace Master Wujue, there's still a cultivator inside the stone door?" The other four also turned their heads to look at Palace Master Wujue. They had also noticed Zhuowen's consciousness just now, and they had the same doubts as Sakura. When Palace Master Wujue notified them, he did not mention that there was a cultivator inside the stone door. Palace Master Wujue was calm and said, "There is indeed an ant inside. His cultivation is only at the 8th level of the Void Sky Realm. I discovered this stone door because I was chasing this kid. Furthermore, this kid has a method that I don't know of to open this stone door. This stone door is so sturdy, I'm afraid there must be something good inside. That's why I notified everyone. As for this kid, he is wanted by my 6 Desire Palace. So when you enter, please do not interfere with my 6 Desire Palace's private affairs." When Palace Master Wujue said this, everyone else nodded. If Palace Master Wujue was right, they did not care about a mere 8th level of the Void Sky Realm. Chapter 2486. Sakyamuni's killing intent. What's his name? Sakyamuni asked again. He felt that the divine sense just now was a little familiar. Although Palace Master Wujue was surprised that Sakyamuni would ask such a question, he didn't dare to offend Sakyamuni. After all, Sakyamuni was recognized as the strongest in the 8 heavens. His name is Zhuowen, and he shouldn't be from the 6 Desires heavenly realm, Palace Master Wujue said. Sakyamuni narrowed his eyes, but his expression soon returned to normal. He smiled and said, "Everyone, let's work harder and break this stone door open quickly. If there's really something good inside, I think everyone knows the rules. I won't say much." The other 5 nodded. They didn't say anything about the rules mentioned by Sakyamuni. Over the years, the lords of the 8 heavens have had some conflicts. In order to explore the 9th heaven, they entered many treasure lands of the 8 heavens and naturally found a lot of good things. The original rule was that whoever gets it can keep it, and no one can snatch the things obtained by others. In the eyes of the other heavens, such a rule was indeed reasonable. For a time, the attacks of the 6 heavens lords became fiercer, and the stone door became more and more difficult to break. Finally, half an hour later, the surface of the stone door burst into a terrifying purple light, and a powerful purple aura spread out like a purple shockwave. The 6 heavens lords were caught off guard and were forced to retreat by this terrifying purple shockwave. After a while, the purple shockwave gradually subsided, and then the purple fog world behind the broken stone door was revealed. Sakyamuni snorted coldly. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a terrifying gust of wind whistled out, and the thick purple fog in the world in front of him gradually dissipated. At the end of the purple fog, the 6 heavens lords found a transparent boundary. On the other side of the boundary was a different world. At the edge of this boundary, 2 figures were sitting cross-legged. These 2 figures had the same face, but their clothes were different, one in black and one in white. These 2 were naturally Zhuowen and his avatar. At this moment, the black-clothed Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying black wind gathered around his body, and a powerful aura flowed out. The instant this black wind appeared, the pill fire lying on the black-clothed one's shoulder whizzed out, transforming into a fire vortex that actually began to gradually devour the black wind surrounding the black-clothed Zhuowen's body. "Zhuowen, it's really you, Dai." Sakyamuni's eyes narrowed. His eyes narrowed, a cold sneer appeared on his face. His right hand turned into a claw, and a golden light burst out of his hand claw. He suddenly grasped at Zhuowen's body. Back then, Sakyamuni had already expected that Zhuowen had refined the infant devourer into his avatar. However, he didn't expect that Zhuowen's cultivation speed would be so fast. In less than 1,000 years, his cultivation had already reached the 8th void sky realm. With the enmity between Zhuowen and Sakyamuni, Sakyamuni had originally planned to kill him when they were on the heavenly armor star. However, Tai Ching had intervened. Later, because he had lost a bet with Tai Ching had ordered that he wasn't allowed to take the initiative to find trouble with Zhuowen. This was also why Sakyamuni had been holed up in the Sakyamuni domain for so many years and hadn't taken the initiative to find trouble with Zhuowen. One of the reasons was that he had an agreement with Tai Ching. Otherwise, if Zhuowen had left the Huaxia domain and entered the Great Brahma domain, with Sakyamuni's means, he would have been able to easily find Zhuowen and eliminate Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes were gloomy. He immediately summoned the everlasting ice lotus, and at the same time merged his 9 Tao intents into it. Bang! Sakyamuni's claw slammed down and golden light surged. Zhuowen's right hand held the everlasting ice lotus as he suddenly retreated, involuntarily spitting out a mouthful of blood. Sakyamuni looked at Zhuowen in surprise. He hadn't expected that Zhuowen would be able to withstand his attack. One had to know that although he had only used 30% of his strength, it was enough to eliminate a life enlightenment realm expert. However, other than spitting out blood, Zhuowen didn't die because of it. You have some ability. You'd better die. Sakyamuni snorted coldly. His right hand formed into a claw, and he attacked again. This time, Sakyamuni didn't hold back at all. He directly grabbed at Zhuowen's vital parts. The terrifying aura was like the water pressure at the bottom of the sea, squeezing Zhuowen so hard that he couldn't move at all. Sakyamuni's cultivation was much stronger than Zhuowen's. Just the aura he released was enough to suppress Zhuowen to the point that he couldn't breathe. It was even difficult for him to move. Behind them, Palace Master Wujua saw this scene and frowned slightly. She was very dissatisfied with Sakyamuni attacking without permission. After all, she had already said that the cultivator behind the stone door was a criminal wanted by the 6 Desires Palace. After entering the stone door, this person had to listen to their orders. However, Sakyamuni had directly attacked the cultivator behind the stone door. He didn't take her seriously at all. What made Palace Master Wujua helpless was that she didn't dare to say anything to Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni was much stronger than her. If she offended Sakyamuni because of Zhuowen, it wouldn't be wise at all. After Sakyamuni kills this kid, he must find a way to get his spirit ring, Palace Master Wujua muttered to herself. Palace Master Wujua muttered to herself. She knew that Desireless must have been hidden in Zhua when spirit ring. Bang! When Sakyamuni's attack was about to land on Zhuowen's head, a terrifying alchemy fire suddenly surged and immediately swept Zhuowen's body away. At the same time, it blasted Sakyamuni's attack. Bang! The alchemy fire was extremely fierce, but it only made Sakyamuni's body stop for a moment. This flame is unusual. It can actually dodge my attack? Sakyamuni looked at Zhuowen's body, which was wrapped in alchemy fire, and the black-clothed Zhuowen, who wasn't far away, in astonishment. Sakyamuni, wait until I, Zhuowen, reach the peak of cultivation. I'll definitely kill you. Within the alchemy fire, Zhuowen gritted his teeth and looked at Sakyamuni. Back then, all the creatures in the heavenly armor continent were treated as playthings by Sakyamuni. At that time, Zhuowen even called Sakyamuni's clone Yang Yi brother. All of this was completely destroyed after Yang Yi's betrayal. Now, Sakyamuni wanted to kill him as soon as he saw him. Zhuowen knew that if he, Zhuowen, didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be human. Do you think you still have a future? Although your cultivation speed surprises me, you're going to die here today. There's no future. Sakyamuni sneered. Golden light surged out from his body, and golden circles appeared behind him. A terrifying aura surged out from these golden circles. The other 5 lords of heavenly regions were stunned. Even they could feel the terrifying energy contained in these golden circles. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, Giant golden swords shot out from the countless golden circles. Each of these giant golden swords could shatter the starry sky and destroy the rules. Zhuo-wen looked at the densely packed golden swords, took a deep breath, and landed beside the black-robed Zhuo-wen. Chapter 2487. Insidious. The place where Zhuo-wen stood was now in ruins. Sakyamuni stood in place, frowning. This kid is really cunning. He even has a teleportation technique. He teleported away at the last moment. Sakyamuni said with an unfriendly expression. Palace Master Wu Jue's expression changed drastically. The reason why she broke open the stone door at all costs was mainly because of Zhuo-wen. Now that Zhuo-wen had escaped right under her nose, she was extremely angry, but she did not dare to vent her anger on Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni thought for a while, then turned to the 5 people behind him and said, Everyone, let's search this space and see if there's anything good. With that, Sakyamuni took the lead and swept to the other places. His powerful consciousness searched the space mercilessly. The other 5 naturally did not want to be outdone. The reason why they worked together with the other lords of the heavens to break open the stone door was naturally because of the treasures inside. Otherwise, why would they risk their lives to help Palace Master Wu Jue? Wouldn't that be a thankless task? However, the 6 lords of the heavens searched the space a few times. When they gathered at the edge of the barrier again, their expressions did not look good. This was because they did not find anything in the space. Could it be that the kid took everything inside? Palace Master Wu Jue's beautiful eyes flashed as she said in a low voice, It's possible. After all, this kid stayed here for 10 years. If there really were treasures, I'm afraid he took them all away. Tusita Sage's expression did not look good either. Sakyamuni did not say anything. Instead, he went to where Zhuo-wen was just now. Spirit Gathering Array? Sakyamuni looked at the traces of the array at the edge of the barrier. This array was destroyed not long ago. Then, Sakyamuni's gaze fell on the barrier. He saw a different world on the other side of the barrier. This world was bigger and more magnificent than the 8 heavens. What rich starry sky energy! It's much richer than the 8 heavens. The other 5 lords of heavens also came to the edge of the barrier. Out of curiosity, Yamazi reached out his hand to touch the barrier. Surprisingly, there was no resistance at all when he reached into the world on the other side of the barrier. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the energy on the other side of the barrier was extremely dense. Sakyamuni and the others also stretched their hands out of the barrier and found that the world on the other side of the barrier was different. Is the other side of this barrier the 9th heaven? Old Lord Tusita Sage guessed. Everyone's eyes lit up. They felt that Old Lord Tusita's guess was very likely correct. If it's really the 9th heaven, then it's really a piece of cake for us. I always thought that if I wanted to go to the 9th heaven, I would have to reach the Tao confirming realm to cross the chasm between the 8 heavens and the 9th heaven. Now it seems that there is no need at all. We just need to pass through this barrier. Tusita Sage said excitedly. The 6 people present were the true experts who stood at the peak of the 8 heavens. Naturally, they knew a lot of secrets. They know that there is an extremely mysterious 9th heaven above the 8 heavens. The 9th heaven is mysterious and powerful. It said that it's not in the starry sky where the 8 heavens are located, but in an extremely distant place outside the starry sky. At the end of the starry sky, there is a natural barrier that blocks the connection between the 8 heavens and the 9th heaven. It's said that to pass through this natural barrier, one must at least succeed in reaching the Tao confirming realm. Otherwise, one will die in the natural barrier. Most of the powerhouses of the 8 heavens who reached the Tao confirming realm have left this place and went to the natural barrier in the starry sky. Of course, there are also extremely bold existences who went to the natural barrier when they were in the life and death boundary, but all of them died on the spot without exception. Although the lords of the 8 heavens know the existence of the ninth heaven, and they are eager to enter the ninth heaven and step into a higher realm. They know that the natural barrier is not something that can be entered by cultivators in the life and death boundary. Once you enter the natural barrier, you will die without a doubt, unless you're a Tao-confirming realm powerhouse. The other side of this barrier must be the ninth heaven. I'll go in and take a look. Boundless Photon excitedly took a step forward and rushed into the barrier. I'll also go in and take a look. Yemazi, who was wearing an animal skin, was also an impatient person. When infinite light entered the barrier, he also went inside. Sakyamuni, Palace Master Wujua, Old Lord Tusada, and Shaozi were also a little tempted, but they were more cautious and didn't enter rashly. The four of them waited for a long time, but Yemazi and Infinite Light didn't come out of the barrier. After Yemazi and Infinite Light entered, they didn't give us any signal until now. Did something happen to them? Old Lord Tusada said solemnly. Sakyamuni's eyes were cold. With a wave of his sleeve, a golden light flashed and turned into a human figure. This is my avatar, connected to my divine sense. Let him enter, and we will know whether it is safe or not. Sakyamuni said, then waved his hand, and the golden figure entered the barrier. After waiting for a while, Sakyamuni's face became solemn. Sakyamuni, what's going on? Isn't the ninth heaven on the other side of the barrier? Xiaoyaozi asked anxiously. Sakyamuni shook his head, and his eyes became even more solemn. The other side of the barrier is indeed the ninth heaven. The starry sky energy inside is definitely something I have never seen before. Even the heavenly laws are extremely complete. It's just that, after hearing Sakyamuni say that the other side of the barrier is indeed the ninth heaven, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but Palace Master Wujua immediately asked, then why do you have such an expression, Brother D? Sakyamuni was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. What you see on the other side of the barrier is an illusion. Once you enter the barrier, you will find yourself in a dangerous place. There are many dangers inside. My avatar was destroyed as soon as he entered. What? It's a dangerous place? How is it compared to the heavenly moat in the starry sky? Xiaoyaozi asked quickly. Sakyamuni thought for a moment and said seriously, it's completely different from the heavenly moat. The danger is naturally much lower, but it still shouldn't be underestimated. It should be more suitable for cultivators in the life and death boundary to enter, but there is also a certain risk. If you want to enter, you have to think carefully. The other three looked at each other. Among them, Palace Master Wujua's beautiful eyes flickered as she said, I still have some things to deal with, so I won't go in. I'll take my leave first. Haha, I have nothing to worry about. It's easier to reach the Tao-confirming realm in the ninth heaven, so why not go in? Xiaoyaozi was quite free and easy. He didn't hesitate to enter the barrier. Old Lord Tusada looked at Sakyamuni seriously and said, Brother D, is what you said just now true? Sakyamuni nodded and said, Of course it's true. Old Lord Tusada thought for a while and nodded. I'll go in too. Just as Old Lord Tusada was about to enter, Sakyamuni suddenly attacked. Sakyamuni's right hand turned into a blade. Golden light flashed, and Old Lord Tusada's right hand was chopped off. After that, Sakyamuni slammed it into the barrier. Sakyamuni, the moment Old Lord Tusada was pushed into the barrier, he looked at Sakyamuni in disbelief. Then, Sakyamuni's joking voice sounded in his ears. Chapter 2488. Tao confirming divine pill. When Old Lord Tusada's figure completely disappeared from the barrier, Sakyamuni took off the spirit ring on Old Lord Tusada's finger with an expressionless face. After erasing the imprint on the spirit ring, Sakyamuni rummaged through the spirit ring and took out a divine pill with Tao rhythm flowing around it. The Tao rhythm of this divine pill is much richer than the Tao fruit. It's definitely not an ordinary divine pill. The corners of Sakyamana's mouth were full of smiles. He knows that this divine pill with Tao rhythm flowing around it is the Tao confirming divine pill, and it's also the only one in the 8 heavens. This Tao confirming divine pill was passed down by the previous heavenly Lord Tusita. The previous heavenly Lord spent a lot of effort to refine it, and he finally succeeded in refining this Tao confirming divine pill. With this Tao confirming divine pill, I should be able to successfully reach the Tao confirming realm. When I finally become a Tao confirming realm powerhouse, that old man Tai Ching won't be able to restrain me, and the original Bet won't be able to do anything to me. After I destroy Zhuowen, I will absorb all the heavenly sources of the 8 heavens, and then head to the 9th heaven. Sakyamana laughed, then looked at the barrier in front of him. His eyes flickered, and he said, coldly, "The other side of this barrier should also be the 9th heaven, but it's an extremely dangerous place, even more terrifying than the natural moat. It's ridiculous that Xiao Yaozi and the others don't have any tricks up their sleeves." After saying that, Sakyamuni looked at the transparent barrier in front of him with a sneer, and immediately left this place. The clone condensed by Sakyamuni just now was connected to his mind. Although it was destroyed by an unknown force the moment it entered the other side of the barrier. However, the moment Sakyamuna's clone was destroyed, he still saw the remains of Yamazi and Wu Lianghua. Obviously, these two were instantly destroyed as soon as they entered this place. Originally, Sakyamuni planned to remind the other heavenly lords, but he immediately gave up the idea. The 8 sky lords were originally in a relationship of mutual restraint. If one of the sky lords launched an attack on another sky, it would immediately cause the other sky lords to join forces and attack. Sakyamuna's ambition has always been great, and he is the strongest heavenly lord of the 8 heavens. But because of the restraint of the 8 heavenly lords, he hasn't dared to act recklessly for countless years. Furthermore, Sakura was extremely afraid of Hua Xia Sky Domain's Tai Ching, because Tai Ching of Hua Xia Sky Domain was the most mysterious sky domain lord among the 8 sky domains. Sakyamuni is very clear that his chances of success as the heavenly lord will be very low, and if Sakyamuni really attacks, and the heavenly lords of the other heavens will join the heavenly lord, together with the other heavenly lords of the other heavens, Sakyamuna's king, heaven's king, Lord, heaven, Lord. Heavens is heavenly, heavenly heavens, is S. And if he can use this danger zone to get rid of 4 or 5 heavenly lords, Sakyamuni isn't afraid of facing heavenly Lord alone. He's mainly afraid of the other heavenly lords joining forces. Although Sakyamuni is strong, he's not strong enough to fight against the 7 heavenly lords. Moreover, the reason he used such a vicious scheme was also because of the Tao confirming divine pill on old Lord Tusita. Tusita's sage's strength is one of the strongest heavenly lords. Even Sakyamuni would have to put in a lot of effort to deal with Tusita's sage. That's why Sakyamuni used such a vicious scheme, and he did succeed. Of the 5 heavenly lords who came with him, except for Palace Master Wujua, who left early, the other 4 heavenly lords all entered the danger zone on the other side of the barrier. But what Sakyamuni didn't expect was that after he left the barrier, a strange black withered arm slowly reached out from within the barrier. After Palace Master Wujua returned to 6 Desires Palace, her beautiful eyes were focused and flickering. The reason why she left early was mainly because her 6th sense was much sharper than ordinary cultivators. At that time, she felt that the other side of the barrier was extremely dangerous. It's not that she hasn't been to the outer realm heavenly moat before, but she felt that the world on the other side of the barrier was much more terrifying than the heavenly moat. As for Sakyamuni's words, she didn't believe them at all. Sakyamuni was ambitious. Palace Master Wujua always knew that, so she believed him. In her eyes, it was asking a tiger for its skin. At that time, Palace Master Wujua didn't dare to tell the other heavenly lords. After all, it was only her guess, and if she said it, it would make Sakyamuni suspect that she sensed something. Perhaps then Sakyamuni would make things difficult for her. With Palace Master Wujua's personality, she naturally wouldn't stand out. If she could protect herself, she wouldn't do anything unnecessary. Palace Master Wujua, you left quite quickly. An indifferent voice suddenly came from behind Palace Master Wuju, and it sounded quietly. Palace Master Wujua was taken aback. She immediately turned around and looked at the stalwart man behind her with a look of surprise. Sakyamuni, didn't you go to the ninth heaven? Palace Master Wujua frowned. Sakyamuni picked a seat at random and sat down. He smiled faintly and said, they went in first. I still have some other things to do, so I'll go in later. But why didn't Palace Master Wujua go in? After all, this barrier was found in your 6 desires heavenly realm. Aren't you interested in the 9th heaven on the other side of the barrier? Palace Master Wujua smiled dryly and said, there are still many things to deal with in the 6 desires palace, so I don't plan to go to the 9th heaven so early. Sakyamuni nodded and suddenly said, by the way, Palace Master Wujua, you said that your 6 desires palace is looking for Zhuowen. What is the reason? Palace Master Wujua smiled and said, it's nothing, just a trivial matter. Sakyamuni sneered and said, Palace Master Wujua, can a trivial matter make you blast open the stone gate at all costs? Palace Master Wujua frowned. She felt that Sakyamuni didn't come with good intentions and couldn't help but take a few steps back. Sakyamuni smiled sinisterly, and the golden vertical bar between his eyebrows suddenly opened, followed by a blazing golden light bursting out. Palace Master Wujua immediately stretched out her hand and took out the ancient zither, transformed from spring snow. Her jade-like hands plucked the zither strings, and invisible ripples spread out densely. Bang! 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 Suddenly, terrifying shock waves exploded, and the huge palace of desire turned into ruins. Sakyamuni, what do you mean by this? Palace Master Wujua's angry voice sounded from the ruins. But unfortunately, what responded to her was an even stronger attack. For a moment, the sky above the Palace of Desire was filled with the aftermath of the terrifying divine power of life and death. The disciples of the 6 Desires Palace who were nearby were all turned into nothingness by the aftermath of the terrifying divine power of life and death. Chapter 2489. Snatching the celestial origin at this moment, Sakyamuni's entire body was wrapped in golden light. The golden vertical bar between his eyebrows was even brighter than the sun. It was as if the space between his eyebrows contained the energy of countless stars. Palace Master Wujua, on the other hand, was holding an ancient zither made of milky white energy. Her face was gloomy as she plucked the zither strings. Relying on the surging energy from the zither strings, she resisted Sakyamuni's violent energy. Yun Maozhe and Yao Xiangjuan had already been teleported out by Palace Master Wujua. Now they were protected by the other 4 Palace Masters. These 2 were the most talented disciples of 6 Desire Palace. Naturally, they had to protect them well and not let any accidents happen to them. Martial uncle, what's going on? Yao Xiangjuan asked in confusion. Palace Master Jingyan's face turned ugly. She said, I don't know what's wrong with Sakyamuni. He actually entered Desire Palace and suddenly attacked Palace Master Wujua. Sakyamuni? Yun Maozhe was shocked. He had naturally heard of Sakyamuni's reputation. He was recognized as the strongest person in the 8 celestial domains. He was also a peerless expert who was the closest to attaining the Tao. What should we do? Martial uncle, Yao Xiangjuan said worriedly. Palace Master Hua Ting gritted her teeth and said, we can only act according to the situation. This Sakyamuni is too terrifying. The difference between the 4 of us and Sakyamuni is too big. I'm afraid we can't even take one hit from him. Quickly, set up the palace protection array. Palace Master Jingyan said quickly. The other palace masters nodded and immediately went to set up the palace protection array. When the palace protection array was finally set up, the battle between Palace Master Wujue and Sakyamuni had reached its climax. The power of each of their attacks could be described as earth-shattering. Seeing this scene, the disciples of Six Desire Palace were shocked. They did not expect a battle between two extreme experts of the life and death realm to be so terrifying. Sakyamuni, what do you want? If you have any requests, just say it. Why do you have to attack without saying anything? Palace Master Wujue was completely at a disadvantage. Her face was pale as she shouted at Sakyamuni. Sakyamuni took a step forward. His right Palace Master Wujue Yao Wujue Yu Wujue 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 Wujue's Wujue 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 was Wujue's. Wujue 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 Yui Yui Wujue was you. Bang! The golden light and the white light blended together and finally exploded. Then Palace Master Wujue spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated several thousand miles before kneeling on the ground. Sakyamuni stopped in front of Palace Master Wujue. His whole body was surrounded by golden light, and his hands were behind his back. He looked at Palace Master Wujue indifferently and said coldly, "The origin of the Six Desires' heavenly domain is the white snow in spring. Your Guqin, which is the manifestation of the origin, is too weak." Sakyamuni, what exactly do you want? Palace Master Wujue said angrily. She was attacked by Sakyamuni for no reason. Although Palace Master Wujue was afraid of Sakyamuni, it didn't mean that she wouldn't give in to Sakyamuni and get angry. Sakyamuni sneered and said, "I want your life and the source of your Six Desires' heavenly realm. Hand over the true source of spring snow." The true origin of the 8 heavenly domains was the core of the heavenly domain. The masters of the heavenly domains wouldn't casually carry it with them. If they didn't completely refine and absorb it, it would be difficult to hide the strong ore on it. Whether it was Palace Master Wujue, Sakyamuni, or Sakyamuni, Tusita Sage, and the others who were pushed into the boundary by Sakyamuni, the so-called source of the heavenly domain was only a projection of energy comprehended from the true source of the heavenly domain. They couldn't casually carry the true source of the heavenly domain with them. Therefore, after Sakyamuni tricked Tusita Sage and the others into the dangerous place behind the boundary, he planned to go to the various heavenly domains to search for the source of the heavenly domain. He knew very well that Tao validation not only required sufficient comprehension, but also sufficient energy. In the 8 heavenly domains, where the energy was scarce, it was very difficult to reach Tao validation because of the lack of energy and incomplete laws. However, the laws and energy in the source of the heavenly domain were extremely rich and complete. Sakyamuni cultivated to his current realm because he thoroughly comprehended the source of the Sakyamuni domain and absorbed almost all of the source energy of the Sakyamuni domain. Sakyamuni could feel that he only needed to absorb a part of the source energy of the heavenly domain. Coupled with the Tao validation divine pill in his hand, he had an 80% chance of successfully reaching Tao validation. As for the extra source energy of the heavenly domain, Sakyamuni would naturally wait until he reached Tao validation to consolidate his Tao validation realm. After consolidating his Tao validation realm, he would deal with Zhuowen and then leave the 8 heavenly domains for the 9th heaven. Palace Master Wujue's pupils shrank to the size of needles. With a fierce roar, he stared at Sakyamuni and said, "Why? You attacked me and stole the source energy of the 6 Desires' heavenly domain. If the other heavenly domain lords learn of this, they will immediately join forces to besiege you." Sakyamuni smiled slightly but didn't speak. Instead, he took a step forward and formed a claw with his hand. Golden light flashed like lightning as he rushed towards the sky. Boom! Boom! Palace Master Wujue gritted her teeth and once again summoned the ancient zither, transformed from spring white snow, wanting to fight to the death. She knew that with Sakyamuni's strength that suffocated her, it was only a matter of time before she was defeated and killed. However, she couldn't let this guy get the source energy of the 6 desires' heavenly domain, so she had to delay Sakyamuni for now. Inside the palace protecting Grand Array, Palace Master Jingyen's face turned ugly. She said in a deep voice, "Palace Master Wujue told us to escape quickly." She also said that the source energy of the heavenly domain is in Xiangjuan's body. We must take Xiangjuan and leave the 6 desires' heavenly domain smoothly. The other 3 palace masters were shocked. Hua Ting's beautiful eyes narrowed as she said, "Palace Master Wujue wouldn't say such things until the last moment." The rest of them fell silent. They could all hear the implied meaning in Hua Ting's words. It was obvious that Palace Master Wujue was at the end of her rope. "Xiangjuan, if what Palace Master Wujue said is true, you are the hope of the 6 Desires Palace. We must take you away as soon as possible," Palace Master Jingyan said solemnly. "But, Master," Yao Xiangjuan said with some pain. "Xiangjuan, Sakyamuni is too terrifying. Do you want to die for nothing? Although I don't know what method Palace Master Wujue used to place the source energy of the 6 desires heavenly domain in your body. As long as you have this source energy, your cultivation speed will become extremely terrifying. You will reach the 2 extremes of life and death. Your strength will not be weaker than Sakyamuni is now. But if you die now, who will avenge Palace Master Wujue in the future? So you must calm down now," Palace Master Jingyan advised seriously. Yao Xiangjuan calmed down. Palace Master Jingyan was right. Her strength was too weak now. If she went up now, not only would she not be able to help Palace Master Wujue, but she would also lose her life. "Martial Aunt, I understand. If I succeed in my cultivation, I will definitely kill Sakyamuni." Yao Xiangjuan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chapter 2490. The Fall of Wujue. Xiangjuan, come with us. There is an extremely secretive ancient teleportation array in the palace. That teleportation array can send you directly to the border of the 6 Desires heavenly region. As long as we leave the 6 Desires heavenly region, the Nadi Shiva shouldn't be able to find us. Palace Master Wujue also wants us to go to the Huaxia heavenly region, Palace Master Jingyan said in a deep voice. "Why?" Yao Xiangjuan was a little surprised. Palace Master Wujue and Sakyamuni were together with 4 other heavenly region lords. But now, only Sakyamuni came to the 6 Desires Palace. There's no news about the other 4 heavenly region lords. I'm afraid. Palace Master Jing Yin shook her head. Yao Xiangjuan's face became serious. She had already guessed what Palace Master Jingyan said. The other 4 heavenly region lords might have met with misfortune because of Sakyamuni. "Leave quickly!" Suddenly, Palace Master Wujue let out a shrill scream. Then the battlefield in the distance was suddenly covered by endless golden light. Then the entire 6 Desires heavenly region was dyed golden by the golden light. "Let's go." Palace Master Jingyan didn't waste any more time. She grabbed Yao Xiangjuan's hand and rushed towards the secretive ancient teleportation array. The ancient transmission array was located in the depths of the Desire Palace. When Palace Master Jingyan and Yao Xiangjuan arrived here, the other 3 palace masters also followed behind with their respective disciples. Palace Master Jing Yin came to the ancient teleportation array and quickly formed hand seals. Then the ancient teleportation array burst out with dense and complicated runes. "Xiangjuan, go in quickly." The moment the ancient teleportation array burst out with light, Palace Master Jingyan pulled Yao Xiangjuan and stepped into the ancient teleportation array. Then, the moment the other 3 palace masters were about to step into the ancient teleportation array, the entire Desire Palace began to tremble violently. Then, the Desire Palace collapsed as a huge golden palm crushed down. "You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy?" Sakyamuni's majestic voice came. The three palace masters and the elite disciples standing outside the ancient teleportation array, including Yun Maozha, were all crushed into dust by the golden palm. Then there was a terrifying ripple around the ancient teleportation array. It actually blocked the terrifying golden palm temporarily. You even set up a chain defense array on the teleportation array. But to me, it's nothing. Sakyamuni's go. Sakyamuni's voice came again. Then, the golden palm's palace, the golden palm became thicker. Run. Palace Master Jingyun and Palace Master Wujua and Wujua. Palace Master Wujua, Wujua Wujua Wujua. Palace Master Wujua. Wujua and Wujua Wujua Studio Wujua Wujua. After Palace Master Jingyun and Yao Xiangjuan disappeared from the teleportation array, a golden figure slowly landed in the ruins of the Desire Palace. He looked coldly at the dim teleportation array and said coldly, "Your luck is really good." Bang! Palace Palace to Palace to Palace to Palace to Palace 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 was Palace 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 Palace. CHH. Palace Master Wujua spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at Sakyamuni with hatred and said coldly, "I have already notified the other heavenly lords. You will be besieged by the other heavenly lords." Sakyamuni laughed and said, "Wujua, didn't you leave the Stone Gate space in advance because you felt that something was wrong? Otherwise, why would you leave there? Do you think I will be so reckless when I brazenly invade your Six Desires Palace?" Palace Master Wujua's pupils shrank. Her delicate body trembled. She said in disbelief, "Tusita Sage and the others?" "It's not what you think. I can't kill the four of them alone. The four of them have all entered the other side of the barrier." Speaking till here, Sakra's gaze revealed a proud look as he continued. "Back then, when I created my clone, do you know what I saw?" Palace Master Wujua was silent. She knew that Sakyamuni's next words will definitely not be good news. "I saw the corpses of Yemazi and Immeasurable Photon, who were in a hurry to enter the barrier. They died the moment they entered the barrier. Of course, my clone was only able to see their corpses before it was destroyed. Then I lied to old Lord Tusita and Xiaoyaozi. I said that although it is dangerous inside, it is indeed the ninth heaven, and the danger is much weaker than the heavenly moat. Then old Lord Tusita and Xiaoyaozi entered the barrier." Sakyamuni's mouth was full of pride. He was also a little surprised that he could eliminate the four heavenly lords so effortlessly. In addition to Palace Master Wujua in front of him, only Great Brahma and Taichin are left in the 8 heavens. Sakyamuni never put Great Brahma in his eyes. If he wants to destroy Great Brahma, he can do so with a flick of his finger. After listening to Sakyamuni's narration, Palace Master Wujua felt extremely regretful. She regretted not reminding old Lord Tusita and Xiaoyaozi of the dangers on the other side of the barrier. Unfortunately, because of Palace Master Wujua's selfishness, old Lord Tusita and Xiaoyaozi died, and because of that, she also lost her life. "Wujua, I told you so much not to show off, but to let you know that you still have a way out. Now I have changed my mind. I don't need your life. I only need the origin of your 6 desires heavenly realm. When the time comes, I can make you my dog." Sakyamuni said lightly. Palace Master Wujua laughed, and her laughter was full of mockery. Sakyamuni felt unhappy in his heart and slapped Palace Master Wujua to the ground. "Sakyamuni, you'd better kill me. You will never get the origin of the 6 desires heavenly realm." Palace Master Wujua mocked. Sakyamuni snorted coldly and lifted Palace Master Wujua up. Then his powerful consciousness began to search inch by inch in the 6 desires starfield. After a while, Sakyamuni's expression became extremely ugly, because he did not find any aura of the heavenly realm's origin in the 6 desires starfield. Sakyamuni had already absorbed all the origin energy of the Sakyamuni domain, and was extremely sensitive to the energy of the origin. However, he did not feel any of it here. No, you put the heavenly realm's origin in that little girl. Sakyamuni suddenly looked at Palace Master Wujue in anger. Previously, when he killed the other palace masters of the Desire Palace, he sensed the aura of Yao Xiangjuan, who was teleported away. At that time, he felt that the aura of this girl was familiar. He did not pay attention to it before, but now that he thought about it, wasn't that the aura of the heavenly realm's origin? Palace Master Wujue only sneered and did not speak. If that's the case, then you will die. The Six Desires Heavenly Realm's origin is not only in the Six Desires Heavenly Realm. Other heavenly realms also have it. I can still find another one, and you will die. Sakyamuni did not waste any more words. His right hand grabbed Palace Master Wujue's head, and golden light exploded. Palace Master Wujue's entire body was annihilated in the blazing golden light. After doing this, Sakyamuni left the Six Desires Starfield. Looking at the Six Desires Starfield from afar, Sakyamuni waved a sleeve and countless golden rains shot out. The Six Desires Starfield was completely turned into nothingness in this wave of golden rain. There will be no more Six Desires Palace in the future. Chapter 2491. Top of Hanno, tower inside Great Brahma Palace, on a golden futon. Great Brahma slowly opened his eyes. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Tower of Hanoi. The corners of his mouth curled up. Have we finally passed the 19th storm? Back then, he was able to reach the 60th floor so quickly. Perhaps he really can solve the riddle of the 64th floor. As long as he doesn't reach the 3rd level, I can easily destroy him. Great Brahma's eyes flashed with excitement. The Tower of Hanno was his greatest secret. It contained the secret of the Great Brahma domain's origin. Once he unraveled it, he would be able to make a final breakthrough, surpassing the Death Realm, and reach the heights of the Life and Death Realm. As long as his cultivation reached the life and death extremities, the other heaven rulers would no longer have the qualifications to look down on him, and he would also have the qualifications to be on equal footing with the other heaven rulers. Thinking of this, Great Brahma's heart was filled with joy and joy. Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his surroundings and breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that he had made the right bet. After surviving the 19th wind disaster, he had indeed activated the mark that Lord Brahma left on him and was teleported back to the Tower of Hanoi. Zhuowen, you're back so soon? A bewildered voice sounded. Then Zhuowen saw the crepe myrtle star sovereign walk in front of Zhuowen with a strange expression. He sized up Zhuowen in disbelief. Zhuowen smiled and looked at crepe myrtle star. Senior, I've already transcended the 19th wind calamity. I'm very close to the 20th wind calamity, so I triggered the mark Great Brahma left on me. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign's face froze. He opened his mouth and said, "It's only been a few hundred years, how did you?" But when he sensed Zhuowen's strong wind disaster aura, Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch stopped talking. He knew Zhuowen wasn't lying. At the same time, Purple Star Monarch also discovered that Zhuowen's cultivation had reached the peak of the Void Sky 8 steps. Brat, isn't your cultivation speed a little too fast? His cultivation has already reached the peak of the Void Sky 8 step? Myrtle Star Sovereign blushed with shame. Not only had Zhuowen's clone survived the 19th wind calamity, but his true body's cultivation had also reached the peak of the 8th Void Heaven Ascension. To be able to cultivate so quickly while focusing on both, the Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign had never seen such a freak in all these years. Zhuowen smiled and said, "I was just lucky." Crepe Myrtle Star naturally didn't believe Zhuowen's words, but he also knew that this was Zhuowen's secret, so he didn't say anything. "Zhuowen, your cultivation speed is very fast, but your current strength is still inferior to that of Great Brahma. I advise you not to go to the 64th floor of the Tower of Hanno so early or else." Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign did not finish a sentence, but he knew that Zhuowen understood what he meant. After all, some words did not need to be said so clearly. Zhuowen smiled and said, Senior, don't worry. I also know some things. I also plan to continue cultivating in the Tower of Hanno for a while before ascending to the 64th floor. Although Zhuowen did not fear Great Brahma at all, the special energy in the Tower of Hanno could resonate with Tao intent. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to use this time to see if he could improve the power of his Tao intent. He always felt that the 9th level Tao intent was broad and profound. The more he studied it, the more he felt that it was extraordinary and terrifying. Moreover, after he entered the 9th level Tao intent, he discovered that he had only entered the threshold of the 9th level Tao intent. It was only slightly better than the trace of 9th level Tao intent he had comprehended in the heavenly domain of Huaxia. He had not even comprehended the power of the 9th level Tao intent's deeper level. And now, the energy in the Tower of Hanno could promote the power of Tao intent. Why would Zhuowen not want to do it? However, the energy on the 60th floor had little to no effect on Zhuowen, so Zhuowen planned to enter the 61st floor. Senior Crepe Myrtle, I told you the method to decrypt the Tower of Hanno. How confident are you in entering the 64th floor now that you have mastered the method? Zhuowen looked at Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign and asked. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, I didn't understand the formula you mentioned at first, but after studying it for a while, I gradually figured out the pattern. Now, I have 100% confidence in entering the 64th floor of the Tower of Hanno. If that's the case, then come with me, Senior. The energy on the 60th floor is no longer of much use to us. As long as the riddle of the 64th floor is not solved, Great Brahma will not appear, Zhuowen said. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign nodded. Although he had mastered the method, he did not dare to rashly go up. He was not confident that he would be a match for Great Brahma. However, if he joined Zhuowen, he felt that his chances would be much higher. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not particularly high on the surface, Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign could feel that Zhuowen's strength was not as simple as it appeared on the surface. After reaching an agreement, Zhuowen solved the riddle of the 60th floor. Then, a staircase appeared on the 60th floor. Zhuowen and Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign both went up the staircase to the 61st floor. As soon as they entered the 61st floor, a surge of unusual energy rushed into Zhuowen's body like a vortex. Zhuowen almost cried out. Taking out a futon, Zhuowen and Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign sat down cross-legged and began to absorb the energy. He found that the energy could not only improve his cultivation, but the energy contained in it resonated with his Tao, causing his 9-level Tao to constantly improve. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign also felt the surging energy on the 61st floor. His eyes lit up as he took out a futon and began to cultivate. Time slowly passed. A month later, Zhuowen stood up and began to solve the riddle of the 61st floor. Just like the 60th floor, after the riddle was solved, a staircase appeared. After reaching the 62nd floor, Zhuowen and Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign continued to sit cross-legged and cultivate. 2 months later, Zhuowen and Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign reached the 63rd floor. Half a year later, the two of them reached the 64th floor. Suddenly, Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign was jolted awake by a long howl. He immediately opened his eyes and looked at Zhuowen, who stood up not far away. He said in surprise, Zhuowen has broken through? At this moment, Zhuowen's aura was like a rainbow as he surged over. He was surrounded by an energy storm, and Zhuowen was at the center of this energy storm. He was as immovable as a towering mountain. The energy gathered around Zhuowen grew stronger and stronger. All the energy on the 64th floor of the Tower of Hanno was mobilized and gathered on Zhuowen's body. If the energy here was compared to an endless stream of water, then Zhuowen was the center of an intense vortex. Amidst this powerful energy flow, Crepe Myrtle Star seemed to be on the verge of collapse. He looked at Zhuo, who was in the center of the vortex, in shock. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign knew that Zhuo was about to break through to the half-step virtual sky ninth step. However, he didn't expect Zhuo's breakthrough to be so grand. Chapter 2492. The Tower of Hanoi exploded. This kid's doppelganger is already terrifying enough, but even his main body is so powerful. The Purple Star Monarch looked at Zhuo's figure with a complicated expression. An enormous, illusory, heavenly bridge flew out of Zhuo's body and floated in the air. Zhuo's illusory, heavenly bridge was much larger than an ordinary cultivator's. At this moment, 8 steps were already lit up, and the 9th step was still dim. Zhuo stepped onto the 8th step with a single step. Soon after, he stepped onto the 9th step with a single step. In an instant, half of the 9th step was lit up, and Zhuo's right foot stopped on the 9th step. The terrifying pressure suppressed Zhuo, and he was sweating profusely. Zhuo smiled bitterly and said, "The pressure of the 9th step is really terrifying. There's still a long way to go before I can completely break through the illusory, heavenly 9 steps." With that, Zhuo slowly jumped down the 9th step. At the same time, the black-clothed Zhuo also slowly walked to his main body side. At this moment, the wind calamity aura on Zhuo's body was much stronger than that of the Purple Star Monarch. In the past half a year, the black-clothed Zhuo had been squandering the calamity crystal veins in his spirit ring without any regard for his life, and finally he completely broke through. If not for the fact that he was still in the Tower of Hanoi, the black-clothed Zhuo would have immediately ushered in the 20th wind calamity. The Purple Star Monarch looked at the black-clothed Zhuo with some fear, but he was extremely puzzled. He had also broken through the 20th wind calamity. As long as he left the Tower of Hanoi, the 20th wind calamity would descend. Logically speaking, he and Zhuo should be in the same realm. However, for some reason, he found that the wind calamity aura on Zhuo's doppelganger was much stronger than his. Purple Star Sovereign knew that this might be because Zhuo's avatar had an extraordinary background. "Brother Zhuo, once you solve the riddle of the 64th floor, the Tower of Hanoi will be opened, and Lord Brahma will descend. As for what else will happen, I'm not too sure, so you must be careful. It's best to wait until your true body's cultivation reaches the life enlightenment realm," Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch said in a deep voice. Zhuo smiled and shook his head. Crepe Myrtle Star's method was indeed the safest, but Crepe Myrtle Star did not understand Zhuo. Of course, after spending some time with Zhuo, Crepe Myrtle Star gradually discovered that Zhuo's strength was beyond his expectations. Therefore, he no longer addressed Zhuo as his junior, but as his peer. "Brother Crepe Myrtle, I don't know how long it will take for me to reach the life enlightenment realm. Unless it's a heaven-defying opportunity, it's impossible." Zhuo shook his head. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign nodded in agreement. Although there was only half a step between the half-step void realm and the life enlightenment realm, this half a step was like the difference between heaven and earth. Once he crossed it, it would be a qualitative leap. Moreover, Zhuo was not an ordinary cultivator. It was many times more difficult for him to reach the life enlightenment realm than other cultivators. Therefore, it would be too long for him to cultivate to the life enlightenment realm step by step. Zhuo could not continue to stay in the Tower of Hanoi for so long. Let's solve the riddle now. Lord Brahma's cultivation is only at the life enlightenment realm. Although he has grasped the heaven domain's origin, his comprehension shouldn't be high. His strength should be around the death enlightenment realm at most. Zhuo's eyes flickered. With his current strength, he really did not fear Lord Brahma. Although he had never fought against an expert in the death enlightenment realm, even an expert in the life and death realm couldn't kill him. How could he be afraid of Lord Brahma, who was only in the death enlightenment realm? Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign originally wanted to persuade Zhuo again, but seeing how determined he was, he did not say anything. He knew that with Zhuowen's personality, once he decided on something, there was no turning back. Zhuowen came to the red sandalwood table in front of the 60th floor. There were still 3 thin needles on the table, and on the needles were several inches large golden discs. In front of the needles was a piece of transparent paper. The purpose of this paper was to facilitate the trial takers in the Tower of Hanno to write down the correct answer and then complete the trial on the corresponding floor. Zhuowen slowly wrote down the final answer. Then he felt the entire Tower of Hanno begin to tremble. Bang, bang, bang. A dense commotion sounded from the bottom of the Tower of Hanno. What's going on? Great Myrtle Star Sovereign was a little bewildered. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly. He also had some doubts in his heart. He did not expect such a situation to occur after solving the final riddle of the Tower of Hanno. At this moment, the cultivators in the great Brahma Sky Palace and the surrounding cultivators were all alarmed. All the cultivators raised their heads to look at the Tower of Hanno that towered into the starry sky. They found that the Tower of Hanno began to explode layer by layer starting from the bottom. The Tower of Hanno was originally a huge tower formed by 64 huge golden discs stacked together. From the bottom of the tower, it was a golden disc. Now, the golden discs began to self-destruct from the bottom of the Tower of Hanno. The golden light that burst out was even more terrifying than the blazing sun. The golden discs continued to explode, and the entire great Brahma Sky domain was covered in blazing golden light. The cold and dark starry sky of the great Brahma Sky domain was completely covered in golden light. Countless forces and cultivators in the great Brahma Sky domain were all attracted by this golden light. On the heavenly demon island, a black-robed Magatama floated above the heavenly demon island. His gaze was grave as he looked in the direction of the great Brahma Sky Palace. That was the source of the golden light. Father, what's going on? Mose landed beside Magatama and looked in the direction of the great Brahma Sky Palace in confusion. Yushan stood behind Mose and also looked in the direction of the great Brahma Sky Palace in confusion. Magatama shook his head and said with a grave expression, "I'm not sure either. But this golden light seems to be related to the Tower of Hanno." The Tower of Hanno? Could it be related to Brother Zhua? Mose trembled all over, and a sharp light flashed across his eyes. Magatama nodded and said, "It's very likely. If it's really Zhuowen, I'm afraid he's in a very bad situation. The Tower of Hanno is a trap for Zhuowen." "Then what should we do?" Mose asked anxiously. "Let's go and take a look. However, the 2 of you can't be impulsive. Although you have a good relationship with Zhuowen, it's unwise to offend the great Brahma Sky Palace because of him. So, when the time comes, the 2 of you better behave. Otherwise, I won't take you there." Magatama looked at Mose and Yushan seriously. He knew that Mose and Yushan had a good relationship with Zhuowen, so he had to remind them in advance. Mose cupped his fists and said, "Father, don't worry. I know what to do." Yushan also cupped her fists and nodded. Chapter 2493. Goddess Luo reappears inside the half-moon hall. Yuezu and Elder Waning Moon stood side by side. Behind them, the cold-eyed Tong Chime stood proudly. Something happened at the Tower of Hanno. Let's go and take a look. Yuezu's eyes were solemn as she led Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chime into the ancient teleportation array. The moment Tong Chime entered the ancient teleportation array, her eyes fell on the source of the golden light. She muttered, "Zhuowen, is that you?" In addition to the Half-Moon Hall and Heavenly Devil Island, the ancestors of the Qi Refinement Sword Sect, White Jade Pavilion and Flower Butterfly Valley all teleported to the great Brahma Sky Palace. Not only the 5 great sects, but countless sects and unaffiliated cultivators all rushed towards the great Brahma Sky Palace like a swarm of locusts. When Magatama brought Yushan and Mo Ji near the great Brahma Sky Palace, he found that there were already many cultivators gathered nearby. Most of these cultivators were from the sects near the great Brahma Sky Palace. Then, Magatama's gaze fell on the sky above the great Brahma Sky Palace. There was a huge golden praying mat floating in the air. The three-headed, six-armed great Brahma sat quietly on the golden praying mat while the golden armored war god, Lei Gaochang, stood silently beside great Brahma. Emotion noticed that great Brahma, who originally had an indifferent expression, had a smear of excitement in his dark, golden eyes. When Emotion saw this, he let out a soft sigh in his heart. He knew that Zhuowen was definitely inside the pagoda of Hanit. "Brother Magatama, what happened here?" A crisp voice sounded. Magatama turned around and saw Yuezu slowly walking over with Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chimei. Yuezu looked at Magatama with a faint smile. Magatama hurriedly stepped forward. Yuezu was the strongest person in the 10 great sections. He was a half-step Void Sky 9th-step cultivator. He was much stronger than Magatama, who was at the peak of Void Sky 8th-step. Magatama naturally didn't dare to be careless. "I just got here too. It seems like the puzzle in the Tower of Hanner has been solved by someone," Magatama guessed. "Oh, could it be Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign? I remember that the Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch was trapped in the Tower of Hanoi for countless years. If anything happens to the Tower of Hanoi, it must be related to the Crepe Myrtle Star Monarch," Yuezu said. Magatama smiled and said, "It might not be Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign. It could also be that Zhuowen's talent is extremely terrifying. Back then, Great Brahma also left an imprint on Zhuowen's body." "Zhuowen." Yuezu revealed a surprised expression and then looked at Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chimei. She had never seen Zhuowen before, but she often heard about him from Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chimei. What surprised Yuezu even more was that both Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chimei held Zhuowen in high esteem. However, Yuezu didn't believe it. After all, Zhuowen was just a junior. What kind of great ability could he have? "I remember that Zhuowen participated in the last interstellar tournament, right? And it's only been a few hundred years since the interstellar tournament. Can this kid really solve the Tower of Hanner?" Yuezu said doubtfully. Magatama smiled bitterly and said, "This is just a guess. It's very likely that it's Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign. However, whether it's Zhuowen or Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign, I'm afraid that their fates won't be any better." Yuezu fell silent. In fact, the ancestors of the 10 great sects all knew about the secret of the Tower of Hanner. However, because Great Brahma was the sole leader, although they were very dissatisfied, they didn't dare to rebel against Great Brahma. Little did they know that the brilliant Luo Xin had also been destroyed by Great Brahma. Their talent and strength were far inferior to Luo Xin's. What could they use to rebel against Great Brahma? Therefore, they could only silently endure it and turn a blind eye to it. At this moment, there were only 4 golden discs left in the Tower of Hanner. The speed at which these 4 golden discs were exploding had greatly decreased. However, the terrifying energy produced by each explosion was much more terrifying than the previous 60 explosions. On the 64th floor, Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. He found that he had fallen into Great Brahma's trap. Great Brahma didn't plan to fight him at all. Instead, he used the method of destroying the Tower of Hanner to destroy any living beings in the Tower of Hanner. That damn Great Brahma. This was his plan from the beginning. Crepe Myrtle Star, Sovereign cursed. Zhuowen took a deep breath, then looked at Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign and said, "Brother Crepe Myrtle, do you believe me?" Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign was stunned and looked at Zhuowen in confusion. "If Brother Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign believes me, then enter the Tsonglan secret realm. I, Zhuowen, will definitely risk my life to protect your life," Zhuowen said seriously. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign hesitated for a moment, then immediately agreed. "Brother Zhuo, Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign's life is in your hands. I believe you." "Thank you." Zhuowen nodded and immediately put Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign into the Songlan's secret realm. Then, he raised his head with a solemn expression. Waves of purple spread out, then the purple gradually thickened and turned into purple mist. The purple mist instantly enveloped the entire 64th floor. Then the purple mist began to solidify, forming purple ice crystals. The ice crystals gradually thickened and became hazy. My lord, that Zhuowen and Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign should be dead for sure. This way, you can obtain the true heaven domain origin without any effort. My lord is indeed wise, Lei Gaochang couldn't help but say in admiration. At this moment, Lei Gaochang's aura was grand. He had actually advanced to the half-step void sky, 9th step. Clearly, Lei Gaochang's advancement was due to Lord Brahma. Lord Brahma smiled but didn't say anything. But in next to no time his expression changed, and the golden cushion he sat on suddenly exploded. Lei Gaochang, who was still praising Lord Brahma, was immediately blasted into powder by the terrifying force, turning into nothingness. Lord Brahma retreated a few thousand steps in a sorry state, staring ahead with a gloomy gaze. At the place where the golden futon had exploded, a beautiful figure in a white dress was floating slowly. It was an extremely beautiful woman in white. Her white clothes fluttered without wind, like a fairy from the 9 heavens, ethereal and mysterious. It's a life comprehension realm expert. Heavens, when did another life comprehension realm expert appear in our great Brahma region? I've never seen this woman before. From the looks of it, she seems to have a grudge with Lord Brahma. She actually sneaked an attack on Lord Brahma. Magatama and Yuezu's pupils shrank, although the white-clothed woman in front of them was extremely unfamiliar to them. Her peerless figure was actually extremely similar to the Luo Xin from countless years ago. It's Luo Xin. Magatama and Yuezu both muttered in their hearts. Lord Brahma looked at the white-clothed woman who had appeared out of nowhere and asked coldly, "Who are you?" The white-clothed woman raised her head slightly. Her cold eyes seemed to be able to pierce through one's heart. She said indifferently, "Lord Brahma, the extreme west. Don't you have any impression of it?" Lord Brahma's pupils constricted as his expression turned ugly. "Luo Xin, you didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? Today I, Luo Xin, have returned to take revenge for the destruction of the palace, the deceit, and the death of my life." The white-clothed woman gently tapped her foot in the starry sky. Immediately, an invisible ripple spread out, and the white-clothed woman disappeared on the spot. Chapter 2494. Fire! Phoenix Great Brahma snorted coldly, clenched his 6 arms into fists, and punched out. Boom! Terrifying shockwaves exploded in the starry sky. Then, Great Brahma and the woman in white each retreated a few thousand steps and faced each other. The cultivators in the starry sky had already retreated far away when the two of them collided. The battle between two great experts of the life-comprehending realm, even if it was the aftermath of the battle, was still extremely terrifying to them. As long as they came into contact with the slightest bit of it, they would be blasted into dregs. Even experts like Magatama and Yuezu didn't dare to get close to the battlefield and retreated far away. The power of the life enlightenment realm's mysterious life divine power was far stronger than that of cultivators below the life enlightenment realm. It wasn't something that cultivators below the life enlightenment realm could withstand, not even the aftermath. Bang, bang, bang. The white-dressed woman and Great Brahma's battle became more and more intense. Terrifying shock waves rippled outwards, forming circular ripples. Wherever they passed, the starry skies would explode and shatter like shattered glass. The starry sky exploded, forming a terrifying black hole. The powerful suction force sucked in the cultivators who were close to the black hole. The golden light and the white light suddenly merged together, and then the white-clothed woman and Great Brahma separated again. The onlookers were surprised to find that Great Brahma's injuries were more terrifying than the woman in white's. Clearly, Great Brahma had been at a disadvantage in the battle just now. So strong! Luotian came prepared this time, Yuezu said with some surprise. Magatama also nodded and smiled bitterly. Yuezu, don't forget Great Brahma's trump card. Yuezu frowned and fell silent. Although she hoped that Luotian could win, she knew that the chances were not high. Great Brahma wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared gloomily at the white-clothed woman in front of him. He said coldly, I really didn't expect you to become so strong after making a comeback. If I'm not wrong, you're already at the peak of the life comprehension realm. You're not far from the death comprehension realm. Your talent is truly terrifying. The woman in white stood in the starry sky like a flawless white lotus. There was no enmity between us back then, and we could have even worked together to develop the great Brahma domain. However, you were too selfish and couldn't see others doing well. You saw me advance to the life enlightenment realm, but you didn't want to develop together. Instead, you were afraid that I would threaten your position. You deserved to be discriminated against by the other lords. The woman in white ridiculed Great Brahma mercilessly. Back then, she had been ambushed and killed by Great Brahma for no reason. Furthermore, the Luotian palace had been destroyed. Luotian herself was the most depressed. Great Brahma's expression was somewhat ugly. Great Brahma was naturally displeased to be exposed like this by Luotian. Luotian, although your cultivation has improved and reached the peak of the life comprehension realm, do you think you are my opponent with just this little bit of cultivation? Great Brahma domain, Great Brahma above, Great Brahma's Brahma domain. This power became more and more turbulent, more and more surging. Then, Great Brahma's 30-foot body began to slowly expand. 10 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, until 100,000 feet. At this moment, Great Brahma appeared extremely huge and eye-catching in the starry sky. Luotian was like an insignificant ant standing in front of Great Brahma at this moment. Especially at this moment, the aura on Great Brahma's body caused the hearts of many cultivators present to palpitate. How terrifying! Great Brahma domain's aura has surpassed the life enlightenment realm, right? Magatama said with a serious look. He used the origin of the heavenly domain. Yuezu sighed. Yuezu knew that once Great Brahma domain used the origin of the heavenly domain, Luotian wouldn't be Great Brahma domain's match unless she broke through the death enlightenment realm. Luotian's gaze turned serious. She knew about the origin of the heavenly domain. She came prepared this time. This body has a trace of the Phoenix bloodline. The Phoenix is a powerful race on par with the Dragon Clan. Moreover, the Phoenix is rarer than the Dragon Clan, and its power is even more terrifying. All these years, other than recovering my strength, I've also been developing the Phoenix bloodline in this body. It's time to put it to use. Luotian muttered to herself. A spark ignited at the end of her fluttering sleeve. The spark was like a blazing fire. Luotian's petite body was immediately ignited by the red spark, turning into a boundless sea of fire. The surging flames continued to spread in the starry sky. Everything within a radius of 30,000 meters was enveloped by the flames. Afterwards, the invading flames began to slowly transform, forming a terrifying fire phoenix that was 30,000 meters tall. A clear bird cry resounded. Countless fire phoenixes, formed by flames, soared into the sky and pounced on Great Brahma domain, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall giant. Great Brahma frowned slightly and snorted coldly. His 6 arms, which were as huge as mountains, suddenly clenched and smashed over. Golden light exploded and the starry sky trembled. Rumble! The two collided violently. Endless sparks flew. Each spark was dozens of feet tall, like a huge fireball. Bang! 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 At the moment of collision, The two continued to collide. Countless sparks formed a terrifying rain of fire. Many of the surrounding cultivators were caught off guard and were touched by the rain of fire. They were immediately burned to ashes. So strong! Since when did this Luotian become so strong? And that trump card of his is way too strong. To think that he can fight against great Brahma, who has used the source of the heaven region to such an extent. Truly terrifying. Great Brahma Domain's face turned ugly. He realized that even if he used the origin power of the heavenly domain, he still couldn't take down Luotian. Moreover, the trump card that Luotian showed really shocked him. It was too terrifying. "I'll kill you today." Great Brahma Domain snorted coldly. His 6 hands formed seals. The remaining gilded discs from the 61st to 64th floor of the Tower of Hanno trembled. Immediately, the gilded discs from the 61st to 63rd floor flew out and floated above Great Brahma Domain's head. However, the gilded discs from the 64th floor remained motionless. Great Brahma Domain was startled. However, with the enemy before him, he didn't think too much. He grabbed one of the gilded discs and threw it at the fire phoenix. The moment the gilded discs landed in front of the fire phoenix, a terrifying power erupted from the gilded discs. Then it exploded. Terrifying golden energy poured out and covered the fire phoenix. Suddenly, the fire phoenix let out a painful cry. It flapped its wings, and a powerful airflow swept out. It intended to disperse the golden energy produced by the explosion of the gilded discs. Chapter 2495. Star Monarch makes a move. The 2 gilded discs exploded again. The terrifying golden light completely covered the figure of the fire phoenix, and the fire phoenix let out an even more miserable cry. The explosion of the 3 gilded discs lasted for an hour before it gradually subsided. The golden light faded and the fire phoenix was no longer there. Instead, it was Luotian who was half kneeling in the starry sky. There were scattered flames around Luotian. These flames formed a layer of gauze that covered her body, preventing her from being completely annihilated by the terrifying explosion. Pucci! Luotian's face was pale as she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her beautiful eyes were filled with despair. "Qinshui, I'm sorry. I never thought that even using the phoenix bloodline would fail." Luotian's eyes revealed an apologetic look. Over the years, she had attached a trace of her soul to Mu Qinshui's sea of consciousness. She had no ill intentions. She just wanted to seek revenge from great Brahma. As long as she had her revenge, Luotian would redeem herself and would not harm Mu Qinshui in the slightest. But now Luotian had miscalculated. She had come here just as Zhuowen had solved the final puzzle of the Tower of Hanno and completely opened it. And great Brahma had relied on the power of the explosion of the Tower of Hanno to completely suppress the power of the Phoenix bloodline that Luotian had unleashed. If Luotian had not come for revenge at such a coincidental time, she might have succeeded. Unfortunately, Luotian had chosen the wrong time. In the sea of consciousness, Mu Qinshui's soul fell silent. She sighed softly and said, "I'm someone who has already died once. It's just that I can't accept it. I haven't seen my husband again." Luotian revealed a look of guilt, but she did not answer. She knew that this was her mistake, causing the 2 of them to be finished. Great Brahma stepped forward step by step. A giant palm grabbed Luotian in the palm of his hand. The 3 giant heads looked at Luotian in his hand and said, "Luotian, if the Tower of Hanno hadn't been opened today, I might not have been your match. Unfortunately, your luck is too bad. You actually chose today to seek revenge. The heavens are really helping me." Great Brahma laughed complacently, but the killing intent in his eyes intensified. Luotian had always been a big worry in his heart. Back then, he thought that Luotian had been completely destroyed by him. Even if he hadn't, it was almost impossible for Luotian to make a comeback. However, he had never expected that not only had Luotian made a comeback, but she had also improved even further. Her strength had actually reached such a level. Now, Great Brahma only wanted to eliminate this future threat as soon as possible. Luoxan's eyes were filled with disappointment. She had indeed miscalculated this time. She actually chose to appear at this time to take revenge on Great Brahma. Luoxan, you can go in peace. This time, I will wipe out your physical body, soul, and sea of consciousness. Let's see if you can still make a comeback in the future. Great Brahma revealed a ferocious expression as he pinched Luoxan's arm. Golden light exploded as terrifying energy poured into Luoxan's delicate body, wanting to completely destroy Luoxan's frail body. Moreover, this power was not only aimed at the physical body, but also at the deeper levels of the soul and the sea of consciousness. The intense pain caused Luoxan to involuntarily look up to the sky and cry out in pain. As for Great Brahma, he let out a triumphant laugh. Bang! However, Great Brahma's smile only lasted for a moment before it completely stiffened, because the arm that was holding Luoxan was separated from his body in an instant, and then it was violently thrown away. Boom! The last remaining gilded disc in the Tower of Hanno finally exploded at this moment. However, the moment the exploding golden light was about to spread out, it was completely enveloped by a powerful purple force. Then, under the dumbfounded gazes of everyone, the terrifying, explosive energy produced by the gilded disc's self-destruction was completely shrunk into an indiscernible black spot under the purple force. Great Brahma's body stiffened. After his arm was blasted away by a mysterious force, he originally intended to take back the severed arm. But soon, he felt a terrifying aura firmly locked onto him. This aura contained peerless killing intent, cold and terrifying, causing Great Brahma to not dare to move at all, because he knew very well that once he took back the severed arm, the owner of this aura would mercilessly kill him. Who are you? Great Brahma looked in front of him with an ugly expression because after the gilded disc exploded, it was wrapped in a layer of purple mist. He could not see the true face of the person in the purple mist at all. However, Great Brahma had a guess in his heart. He knew that this purple mist was either Zhuoin or Crepe Myrtle Star. It can't be Crepe Myrtle Star, right? The surrounding cultivators were in an uproar. Everyone in Great Brahma knew that Crepe Myrtle Star was trapped in the Tower of Hanno. Now that the Tower of Hanno had shattered and such a strange figure had appeared, it was obvious that there was no one else but Crepe Myrtle Star. Whoosh! After the uproar from the crowd, a figure suddenly rushed out of the purple mist and rapidly rushed towards Great Brahma. Everyone saw that this figure had disheveled hair, and there were broken chains on all 4 limbs of his body. Obviously, this person should have been chained somewhere before, but now he had broken free. Great Brahma, you old bastard. This star will destroy you today. As soon as this strange person appeared, extreme lightning, extreme fire, and extreme wind surged out of his body. His every move was basically extreme energy. Boom! Great Brahma had already recovered his severed arm. Immediately, his 6 arms blasted out. Golden light soared into the sky like pillars of water, dyeing the entire starry sky golden yellow. The 2 collided hundreds of times in an instant and then retreated at the same time. Great Brahma retreated hundreds of steps, while the strange person retreated nearly 1,000 steps. Crepe Myrtle Star. Great Brahma's expression was very ugly. He stared at Crepe Myrtle Star as if he could not believe that he was still alive and had survived the 20th wind disaster to become a true 3rd-level true god. Logically speaking, even if Crepe Myrtle Star was not killed by the explosion of the gilded disc on the last floor of the Tower of Hanno, he should have died under the 20th wind disaster. Great Brahma knew better than anyone how terrifying the 20th wind disaster was. It was definitely more powerful than the explosion of the gilded disc. But now, Crepe Myrtle Star appeared in front of him alive, and he seemed to be unharmed. Old bastard, you're stronger than before, but it doesn't matter. I have plenty of energy. Today I must take you down. Crepe Myrtle Star did not care that he was at a disadvantage in the battle just now. He had just reached the 3rd level and did not have good control of the power of the 3rd level. Chapter 2496. Head on your neck again. Before Great Brahma could react, Purple Star Sovereign's extreme Tao power spread throughout his body and attacked Great Brahma again. Great Brahma wanted to ask where Zhuowen had gone, but unfortunately, Purple Star Sovereign didn't give him a chance to ask. Furthermore, Great Brahma was shocked to find that Purple Star Sovereign was getting stronger as the battle went on. In other words, he had a better grasp of the 3 extreme realms. Great Brahma had no choice but to take him seriously. As for Zhuowen, he had long forgotten about him. It's actually Purple Star Sovereign. I really didn't expect him to advance to the 3 extreme realms. He's so powerful. This time, Great Brahma has really shot himself in the foot. He thought that he could use Crepe Myrtle Star Lord, but he never expected that he would succeed. After everyone recognized Purple Star Sovereign, an uproar broke out like a tide. Where's Zhuowen? Magatama whispered with a frown. Tong Chimei, who was standing behind Waning Moon, stared at the purple mist in the distant starry sky. She felt that there was another figure in the purple mist. Although her consciousness was basically blocked by the purple mist, she had a feeling that there was another person in the purple mist, and it was very likely that it was Zhuowen. Luo Xin struggled out of the broken hand and looked gratefully at Purple Star Sovereign, who was fighting Great Brahma in the distance. Although she didn't know Purple Star Sovereign, he had saved her. She would remember this kindness in her heart. Although this person has advanced to the 3 extreme realms, I'm afraid he can't kill Great Brahma. I'm also seriously injured. I'm afraid I can't kill Great Brahma today. I can only wait for an opportunity in the future. Luo Xin planned to leave the starry sky. However, she soon discovered that the mysterious purple mist not far away had actually stretched out a large purple hand and pinched her. Luo Xin activated the mysterious life divine power in her body, but found that she couldn't break free from the terrifying purple hand. Then, the purple hand pulled her into the purple mist. Within the purple mist, there was a rather large space. In the center of the space, there was a cattail hassock. On the cattail hassock, a slender young man in white sat cross-legged. Behind the white-robed young man stood a black-robed young man. At that moment, the black-robed young man was surrounded by extremely terrifying extreme energy. Furthermore, his extreme energy was much more terrifying than Myrtle Star-Lords from before. The black-clothed youth held a golden pagoda-shaped artifact in his right hand. Upon closer inspection, this pagoda-shaped artifact was a miniature version of the Tower of Hanoi. "It's you!" When Luoxin's gaze fell on the face of the young man in white, she immediately opened her mouth wide and looked at the latter in disbelief. The young man in white slowly turned his head and smiled at the surprised Luoxin. "We meet again. I wonder how my wife is doing?" Luoxin shuddered. Although the young man in white had a smile on his face, she could feel the deep coldness and strong killing intent in his smile. "Your wife is doing very well. I didn't take over her body and chose to live in symbiosis. As long as I take my revenge, I will immediately send myself to the afterlife and will never harass Qinshui again," Luoxin hurriedly said. At this moment, Luoxin's heart was filled with panic. The moment she saw the young man in white in front of her, she had already thought of the young man she met when she was in the cloudy, clear, round void. At that time, Zhuowen was only at the void sky 7 steps. In her eyes, he was just an ant-like existence. Back then, he was an insignificant little fellow that she could destroy with a flip of her hand. But now, that ant from back then, just the killing intent he revealed was enough to make her heart skip a beat. Zhuowen glanced at Luoxin. Immediately, his powerful divine sense drilled into Luoxin's forehead. Zhuowen's divine sense was so powerful that it was comparable to the 2 extremes of life and death. Luoxin's divine sense was indeed nothing in his eyes. After withdrawing his divine sense, Zhuowen's expression eased quite a bit. Luotian did not lie. He had indeed found Chen Shui's divine sense in Luotian's divine sense. Moreover, Chen Shui's divine sense was quite strong, almost on par with Luotian's. Moreover, it was well preserved. However, Chen Shui's divine sense was currently sealed for some reason. This also meant that Mu Qinshua's divine sense could sense the outside world, but she could not control her body. Right now, the control of her body was under the control of Luotian's divine sense. Are you serious? As long as you take your revenge, you'll immediately give control of your body to Qinshui? Zhuowen looked at Luotian with a strange gaze. Luotian seriously said, "Relax. I, Luotian, have already made a vow to the heavens. I will definitely keep my word." Zhuowen nodded and slowly walked in front of Luotian. He reached out to gently stroke her soft hair and said in a gentle voice, "Qinshui, as long as you can return, I will cut off great Brahma's head for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuowen stomped his foot, causing the surrounding violet mist to suddenly surge. After that, the black-clothed Zhuowen entered his main body. Instantly, Zhui Wen's aura rose steadily to an extremely terrifying level. "Wait for me." After Zhuowen said this, he tore through the air, and the purple mist completely dissipated at this moment. Luotian watched his back as he left, and her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated look. Pum! At this moment, Purple Star Sovereign was sent flying again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his face was slightly pale. Although Purple Star Sovereign had reached the 3 extreme realms, there was still a gap between him and Great Brahma, who had the source energy. Just as Crate Myrtle was about to charge forward again, he was stopped by a palm. Purple Star Sovereign looked at Zhuowen in confusion and said, "Brother Zhuo, what are you? Let me do it." Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Purple Star Sovereign hesitated for a moment before nodding. Zhuowen was much stronger than him. Moreover, it was thanks to the mysterious alchemy fire on Zhuowen that he was able to survive the 20th storm. Zhuowen, Great Brahma, looked at the white-clothed youth with a gloomy expression. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He knew that the reason why the Tower of Hanno failed was probably because of Zhuowen. "Where's the source core in the Tower of Hanno?" Great Brahma asked coldly. "Are you talking about this?" Zhuowen flipped his right hand, and the small Tower of Hanno appeared in his palm. "It's really with you. Bring it over." Great Brahma's eyes revealed a greedy look. He stomped his right foot and rushed toward Zhuowen. His 6 arms blasted out one after another, spewing out golden light like a terrifying sun. Zhuowen flipped his right hand again and put away the source core. Then he clenched his right hand into a fist. The 3 terrifying extreme energies of extreme lightning, extreme fire, and extreme wind began to condense on his fist, fusing into an even more mysterious power. "I promised my wife that I would make her appear in front of me again. The price is to take your head," Zhuowen said softly as he stomped his left foot forward. Instantly, the surrounding starry sky collapsed with him as the center. Then his right fist followed the momentum of his body and blasted out, smashing heavily in front of Great Brahma. When Zhuowen's fist landed in front of Great Brahma felt the pressure of death. This was the first time he had felt this pressure in countless years. Then he found that his limbs were slowly eroding away, and his body gradually disappeared. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream rang out. Then Great Brahma's huge body collapsed and disappeared into nothingness. Only 3 huge heads were still floating in the starry sky. However, the eyes of the 3 heads had already lost their vitality. Chapter 2497. Taking over as the lord of the heavenly region with a wave of his sleeve, Zhuowen tossed the 3 heads toward Luotian, who was still in a daze. "Great Brahma is dead. Your revenge has been avenged." Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent. After advancing to the 3 extreme realms, Zhuowen's strength had increased by too much. Purple Star Sovereign only had the body of a human. After advancing to the 3 extreme realms, His strength was close to the enlightenment of Death Realm. On the other hand, Zhuowen's clone was the Devourer King's body. With the Devourer King's body advancing to the three extreme realms, his strength naturally surpassed the enlightenment of Death Realm. Just the clone's strength alone was comparable to the two extreme realms of life and death. Moreover, this time, Zhuowen had merged his clone with his main body. With the two of them combined, his strength had risen to a terrifying level. He was probably on par with Palace Master Wuju. In addition, Zhuowen had attacked with his full strength. It would be strange if Great Brahma could block it. Luotian stared at the three heads in front of her in a daze. These three heads were the real Great Brahma's head. Luotian repeatedly used her divine sense to check and found that Great Brahma's aura was indeed gone. Whether it was his body or soul, there was no trace of him. It was clear that Great Brahma's body and soul had been destroyed in the attack just now. After a long time, Luotian sighed and stood up. She bowed deeply to Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, thank you for avenging me." Zhuowen calmly said, "Don't be mistaken. I didn't do it for you. I did it for my wife. Can you hand over control of the body to my wife now?" Luotian nodded and said, "If you want Chen Shui to regain control of the body, you have to expiate her soul. However, expiating her soul requires a very complicated ceremony." Zhuowen nodded and said, "All right. After I'm done with my matters here, I'll find a quiet place for you." Luotian cupped her hands at Zhuowen and said gratefully, "Thank you." Zhuowen nodded and didn't say anything. That was because the surrounding cultivators were gathering around them. The people at the front were all familiar to Zhuowen. They were Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chimei from Half Moon Hall. However, there was a tall woman in moon-white robes standing in front of them. Zhuowen guessed that this tall lady should be the Half Moon Hall's ancestor, Yuezu. As for the three people beside the Half Moon Hall, Zhuowen knew all of them. They were Magatama, Emoji, and Yushan from the Heavenly Devil Island. "Brother Zhua, I didn't expect you to be so powerful when you returned to the great Brahma domain after so many years." Magatama hurriedly stepped forward and greeted Zhuowen. However, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. As for Mose and Yushan, who were following behind Emotian, they became extremely uneasy. Their gazes towards Zhuowen also became somewhat evasive, thinking about how Zhuowen's cultivation base was similar to theirs back then, but now he could already kill the great Brahma domain. The two of them didn't know how to greet him. Zhuowen nodded slightly at Emoji and Yushan as a form of greeting. From Emoji and Yushan's expressions, Zhuowen could still see their concerns. In the past, the difference in cultivation base between them wasn't that great, so they could become good friends. However, the gap in cultivation base between them was huge now. Zhuowen naturally didn't mind the difference in cultivation base. However, Emoji and Yushan were clearly a little cautious and minded it. However, Zhuowen didn't say much. This matter couldn't be forced. "Greetings, Brother Zhua." Yuezu led Elder Waning Moon and Tong Chimei to hurriedly greet Zhuowen. There was a hint of eagerness in his tone. An expert who could kill the great Brahma domain was someone they didn't dare to take lightly. Zhuowen smiled slightly at Tong Chimei. The latter's expression was calm. She also nodded at Zhuowen, but didn't say anything. "Brother Zhua, you should be the one who solved the puzzle in the Tower of Hanno, right?" Yuezu suddenly asked Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded and didn't deny it. Only he and the crepe myrtle star had come out of the Tower of Hanno. However, he was much stronger than the crepe myrtle star. Apart from Zhuowen, there really couldn't be a second person. Then, the heavenly domain origin hidden in the Tower of Hanno is also in your hands. Yuezu asked again. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Yuezu. He thought that Yuezu really knew a lot. However, he didn't intend to hide it and just nodded. With the strength that Zhuowen had displayed, there were very few people in the great Brahma domain who could be his match. Not to mention the great Brahma domain. there were probably only a handful of people in the entire 8 heavens who could pose a threat to him. Yuezu's eyes were filled with excitement. He immediately looked at Zhuowen seriously and knelt on one knee. Brother Zhuo, since you have obtained the great Brahma domain origin and defeated the great Brahma domain, you are the new ruler of the great Brahma domain. I hope you can take over the position of ruler of the great Brahma domain. Yuezu's voice was very loud, and all the cultivators present heard it clearly. To Zhuowen's surprise, after Yuezu made this request, these cultivators actually followed suit and knelt on one knee on the ground, begging Zhuowen to take over as the new ruler of the heavenly domain. Zhuowen, the great Brahma domain, is the weakest of the 8 great heavens domains. Originally, there was only one great Brahma who reached the void sky 9th step. But because of great Brahma's selfishness, the development of the entire heaven domain and the production of experts was limited. Now that you have killed the great Brahma domain, the great Brahma domain cannot be without a ruler, Megatama also hurriedly said. Zhuowen frowned and said, I am not a cultivator of the great Brahma domain. It is not appropriate for me to take over as the ruler of the heavenly domain. Brother Megatama or Yuezu are both good candidates. It may not necessarily be me. Yuezu shook his head and said, Zhuowen, you may not know, but only a cultivator who has reached the 9 steps void sky is qualified to take over as the ruler of the heavenly domain. Otherwise, the entire heavenly domain will be discriminated against by the other heavens and be bullied by the cultivators of the other heavens. The ruler of the heavenly domain is the symbol of every heavenly domain. If the cultivation of the ruler of the heavenly domain is very low, the cultivators of the entire heavenly domain will not be able to raise their heads. At this point, Yuezu looked at Zhuowen and said sincerely, originally, the cultivation of the great Brahma domain was the lowest among the rulers of the 8 heavens. Now, if the chosen ruler of the heavenly domain is not even at the 9 steps void sky, the great Brahma domain will really exist in name only. The moon ancestors' words immediately caused the rest of the cultivators to agree. Thinking of the powerful strength that Zhuowen had just displayed, many of the cultivators present were already very convinced of Zhuowen. They couldn't wait for Zhuowen to take over as the lord of the heavenly region of the great Brahma domain. Zhuowen pondered for a moment and finally decided to agree. He still needed to understand the secrets of the 8 heavens, so he had to search for the great Brahma palace. He had killed the great Brahma domain and did not agree to become the ruler of the great Brahma domain. If he forcibly searched for the great Brahma palace, it would probably attract the opposition of the other cultivators. Chapter 2498. Self-transcendence. After Zhuowen agreed to take over as the lord of the great Brahma domain, the surrounding cultivators cheered. In fact, many cultivators in the great Brahma domain were unhappy with great Brahma's actions over the years. However, great Brahma was the strongest person in the great Brahma domain and the ruler of the heaven domain. They didn't dare to say anything openly. Now that great Brahma had been overthrown, they were naturally celebrating. They let Zhuowen take over as the lord of the great Brahma domain. Other than Zhuowen destroying great Brahma, it was also because of Zhuowen's powerful strength. Domain Lord, do you have any suggestions for our great Brahma domain now? Magatama immediately changed the way he addressed Zhuowen when he saw that Zhuowen had agreed to take over the great Brahma domain. Zhuowen thought for a moment and said, I have been to other heavenly domains and found that the great Brahma domain's starry sky energy is the thinnest. Of course, I don't think this is the main reason why the great Brahma domain is so far behind the other heavenly domains. The main reason is that the previous lord of the heavenly domain, great Brahma, was stagnant and didn't want to improve. In the end, the gap between the great Brahma domain and the other heavenly domains widened. Yuezu's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Zhuowen and said respectfully, Domain Lord, do you have any better suggestions? Zhuowen said in a deep voice, The starry sky energy near the great Brahma palace is the densest in the entire heavenly domain. However, there aren't many people in the great Brahma Palace. Furthermore, the great Brahma Palace doesn't recruit any disciples and doesn't allow other forces to enter the vicinity of the great Brahma Palace. This also causes the space in the core area to be wasted. At this point, Zhuowen paused for a moment and continued. From now on, other forces are allowed to enter the vicinity of the great Brahma Palace. However, if they want to obtain the right to enter, they will have to hold a competition between forces. According to the ranking, the positions of each force will be arranged. After Zhuowen finished speaking, the surroundings were in an uproar. Many cultivators with low cultivation were indignant. In their opinion, this arrangement was too unfair. After all, most of the cultivators came from small forces. According to the division of forces, the good positions would definitely be taken by the large forces. They wouldn't even be able to get a share of the soup. Zhuowen calmly looked at the surrounding cultivators. He had expected such a situation to occur, so he continued, "However, I will add a condition. I will build a cultivation ground in the great Brahma Heaven Palace. Anyone who contributes to the great Brahma Heaven Palace will be rewarded with contribution points. Then, any cultivator can enter the great Brahma Heaven Palace to cultivate." Hua. As soon as Zhuowen's suggestion appeared, an uproar instantly arose in the surroundings, surging like a surging tide. No one expected Zhuowen to build a cultivation ground in great Brahma Heaven Palace and open it to all cultivators in the heaven domain. Realm domain. Was to heaven domain, domain ruler, realm ruler master. The great Brahma Palace was the place where the ruler of the heaven realm resided. It gathered the densest and richest energy in the entire great Brahma domain. Cultivating in the great Brahma Palace would definitely be many times faster than cultivating in other places. Domain Lord, are you sure you want to announce this rule? Yuezhu asked excitedly. Zhuowen's measure was not only helpful to small forces. It was also very helpful to a huge force like the Half Moon Palace. Moreover, this measure emphasized fairness. Yes, regarding the competition between forces, I will have to trouble Magatama and Yuezhu. I still have some matters to deal with. Zhuowen cupped his fists towards Yuezhu and Magatama. Then he led Ziwei Star Lord and Luotian into the great Brahma Palace. The new domain lord is indeed much better than the previous great Brahma domain. He even opened up the great Brahma Palace. How big of a heart does he need to have? Yes, this way, rogue cultivators like us will also have the opportunity to cultivate in the great Brahma Palace. I know that cultivating in the great Brahma Palace for a day is equivalent to cultivating in the outside world for a year. It can be seen that the energy in the great Brahma Palace is much denser than the outside world. I really want to go in and cultivate now. Don't be delusional. It's already good enough that the domain lord opened it up. Once the measures are implemented, you have to work hard to earn contribution points. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Magatama and Yuezhu looked at each other and went to prepare for the competition. Both of them had a premonition that the great Brahma domain would be revitalized in Zhuowen's hands. When Zhuowen entered the great Brahma Palace, his eyes were filled with shock. What rich energy! How can the energy in the great Brahma Palace be so dense? Zhuowen's eyes flashed with a strange light. The energy in the great Brahma Palace may be much weaker than the energy in the ninth heaven on the other side of the gate of profundity, but it was much denser than the heaven lords of the other heavens. Did you notice? The reason why the great Brahma Palace is so rich in energy is because the great Brahma domain once excavated many starry sky divine veins. All the starry sky divine veins found in the great Brahma domain were taken away by the great Brahma domain and placed inside the great Brahma Palace, creating the current great Brahma Palace. Luotian sneered and continued. Back then, the Luotian Palace in the far west was destroyed because it opposed the great Brahma domain's approach, which led to a huge conflict between the far west and the great Brahma domain. Zhuowen said, so the reason why the great Brahma domain's energy is so scarce is also because of the great Brahma domain. Yes, the great Brahma domain is selfish and only cares about the benefits in front of him. He can sacrifice the benefits of the entire heaven domain. This is also the main reason why the great Brahma domain is so unpopular in the heaven domain, Luotian said. Zhuowen shook his head. In his opinion, the great Brahma domain's approach was too stupid. If the great Brahma domain could win the hearts of the people, Zhuowen would have to face the condemnation of the entire heaven domain if he killed the great Brahma domain today. Although he, Zhuowen, would still be fine, at least his reputation and status would be severely damaged. It would be even more impossible for him to become the new heaven lord of the great Brahma domain. The great Brahma palace was very spacious. There weren't many rooms inside, but the central hall was incomparably huge. In front of the hall, there was a flight of stairs. At the top of the stairs was a magnificent seat. This should be the place where the great Brahma domain usually sat. Zhuowen walked into the hall and looked at Luotian without saying a word. Luotian gave a self-deprecating smile. She knew what Zhuowen meant and said, "Don't worry, protect me. I will now begin to transcend myself. It will take 49 days, and I will not be disturbed during this period. At that time, Chen Shui will regain control of her body and inherit her cultivation." Chapter 2499. When Shui, Gong Goddess, Luo nodded. She reached out her slender hand and took out many materials from her spirit ring. Zhuowen even saw the blood of some kind of beast and some strange talismans. He knew that these should be the materials for Goddess Luo's ritual. Luotian waved her hand, and a fiery red flame shot out from her hand. This flame enveloped all the materials in the surroundings. When the surrounding materials were all burned into gas by the flames, the fiery red flames turned blood red. Clearly, these materials had been integrated into the flames. So, the blood-red flame wrapped around Goddess Luo. Goddess Luo laid on the ground with her eyes closed. Zhuowen placed a restriction around Goddess Luo to protect her from being disturbed by the outside world. Of course, Zhuowen's divine sense was constantly paying attention to Goddess Luo's sea of consciousness. As long as he found out that Goddess Luo had any evil intentions, he would immediately stop the ritual and destroy her. Fortunately, Zhuowen did not find any strange movements from Goddess Luo after observing for a long time. Moreover, in his divine sense, Goddess Luo's sea of consciousness did not touch the other half of Qin Shui's divine soul. Instead, Goddess Luo's divine soul was wrapped in the power of the ritual and was slowly dispersing. This dispersing speed was very slow. To Goddess Luo there was no pain at all. Instead, it was much more peaceful. 49 days passed very quickly. Zhuowen basically guarded Goddess Luo. His divine sense did not relax for a moment. He was always paying attention to Goddess Luo's sea of consciousness. Purple Star Monarch sat on the side with a yawn, cultivating in boredom. Actually, he was just putting on an act. After breaking through the three extremes, the road ahead was completely confusing to him. He did not know what the road after the three extremes was. If I knew that there was a Tao-confirming realm, I wouldn't have chosen the three extremes, even if I died. Now that I've reached the three extremes, I'm even more confused than before. Damn it. Crepe Myrtle Star, Sovereign muttered in frustration. The three extreme realms were originally an alternative cultivation method. It was not mature at all. So Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign did not know how to continue cultivating. Now, apart from consolidating his three extremities and familiarizing himself with the fusion and utilization of extremities, Myrtle Star Monarch couldn't cultivate at all. Suddenly, a soft explosion interrupted Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign's train of thought. Luotian, who had been motionless all this time, finally moved. The blood-red flames around Luo Shen dissipated, and Luo Shen slowly opened her eyes. When Zhuowen saw the look in Luotian's eyes, he shuddered and revealed a look of excitement. He was all too familiar with this gaze. It was Mu Chinchua's gaze. Chen Shui. Zhouwen's voice became a bit hoarse as he softly called out. Mu Chinchua's eyes were filled with confusion at first, but then she heard the familiar hoarse voice. She subconsciously turned her head and saw the face she had been thinking about day and night. Husband. Mu Chinchua softly said and threw herself into Zhouwen's arms, tears of excitement flowing out of her eyes. Hugging Mu Chinchua's delicate body and smelling the fragrance of her body, Zhouwen was extremely satisfied. The two hugged each other without saying a word, quietly feeling each other. Looks like I have to leave. Crepe Myrtle Star Sovereign's mouth twitched. He found an excuse and ran out of the hall. After a long time, Zhouwen placed his hands on Mu Chinchua's shoulders and sighed. I'm sorry. I let Luotian take advantage of the situation. Mu Chinchua shook her head and said, Husband, it's not your fault. I can only blame myself for being too weak. Moreover, Luotian is a pretty good person. She didn't forcefully take over my body, but used a symbiotic method. Moreover, my cultivation realm has also advanced to the life comprehension realm with Sister Luotian's help. Zhouwen nodded. Mu Chinchua wasn't without benefits. At least her cultivation had been raised by Mu Chinchua, especially the phoenix bloodline that Mu Chinchua had displayed before. Its power was terrifying. Zhouwen knew that with Luotian's help, Mu Chinchua's phoenix bloodline was much stronger than before. It's a pity that Sister Luotian has already transcended. Mu Chinchua was a little sad. Zhouwen was a little embarrassed and said, If Luotian doesn't transcend, how can you take control of your body? Mu Chin Shui shook her head and said, Actually, Sister Luotian doesn't need 49 days to transcend. The reason why she did it was all for me. Those materials from before were to completely awaken the phoenix bloodline in my body and consolidate my cultivation realm. If I'm not wrong, my cultivation is already half a step into the death comprehension realm. As long as I comprehend the profound death divine energy, I can break through the death comprehension realm. Zhouwen's eyes revealed a look of understanding. He finally knew why Luotian had to do this ceremony. It was to compensate Mu Chinchua. Thinking of his bad attitude towards Luotian, Zhouwen felt a little guilty. He knew that he had wronged Luotian. Is there any leeway to persuade her to stay? Zhouwen smiled bitterly. Mu Chen Shui shook her head and gently said, No, but this was something that Sister Luotian did of her own free will. She no longer had any attachment to this world, and only her hatred for Lord Brahma kept her going. Now that Lord Brahma is dead, her wish has been fulfilled, so Zhouwen nodded. Mu Chinchua was right. When Luotian was transcending, her expression was indeed calm and gentle. Zhouwen and Mu Chinchua were affectionate for a while more. Then Purple Star Sovereign ran in from outside Brahma Palace. Brother Zhua, the tournament of forces has been arranged. Yuezu and Magatama are waiting outside the palace for your instructions, Purple Star Sovereign said. Okay, I'll go out now. Zhouwen walked out of Brahma Palace with Mu Chinchua. He immediately noticed that the starry sky in front of Brahma Palace was filled with countless cultivators. Looking carefully, these cultivators were all in their own camps. They were scattered into small regions. Obviously, each region represented a different force. When Zhouwen appeared outside Brahma Palace, he immediately attracted the attention of countless forces. Then, Dokyo involuntarily cast a fearful gaze at Zhouwen. Territorial Lord, we have prepared all the preparations for the tournament of forces according to your instructions. I wonder if Territorial Lord has any orders or requests for this tournament. Yuezu asked respectfully. Zhouwen nodded and said indifferently, I'll have to trouble Yuezu and Magatama. My Brahma Palace will be renamed Wenshui Palace. Are the two of you willing to become the left and right guardians of Wenshui Palace? In the future, you can freely enter Wenshui Palace and cultivate inside.